Hello everyone! If you're looking to get up and running in JavaScript, this is the video for you. Although we start from scratch, but the project that we are working on is considered as an intermediate project, so we start from very zero, but we are going to learn some even more advanced JavaScript concepts in this video. And I also believe that whenever you're teaching something, especially programming, it needs to be project based. So the project that I've chosen is a IQ test, and all we all have seen such kind of IQ tests that there's a picture of a question, okay, and there are six different images for the answer. So we've all seen that these IQ tests with this picture IQ test, and this is what we are going to design with JavaScript. And the user, of course, after when the user finishes the exam, we have to calculate user's IQ with a formula, and I will talk about that formula later on. And this is it. This is a project that we are going to start with. Well, you do not need to know any JavaScript for this video or this course, and but you do need to have some basic understanding of HTML, CSS. We start from the very scratch. So we start from an empty folder, and I call it JS project. Okay, JS project. This is what I am going to call it, and we can open this JS project with so many different ways. And I am going to use Visual Studio for this video. So I am going to close this. So I am going to open a new project. So I can click here, and I can go to my desktop here and select that select that folder that we just created and select this folder. So this is the folder that I have selected, and I am going to create a index.html. This is an empty file, and this is where we are going to start everything. So of course the zoom, I think we need to increase the zoom because so many people watch these kind of video with mobile devices and devices with smaller screens. So I think, and this is too much. I think this is good. Although this might look a little big if you are using a bigger screen, but we have to care about the little guys, those who use mobile devices as well. So I think this is the good thing. So I think this is reasonable, something that is good for everyone with any screen device width. So okay, so the title of this is our IQ test. So and yeah, well, with a simple hello world we are going to start. Okay, and sorry, this is not it. And let's open this with a inside our browser. So when I go to my Explorer, and because believe me, something that I've seen a lot, something that usually beginners struggle with is that they say, I don't know how to run my HTML. Well, I don't know the fact that run my HTML is the word to use, but anyway, it's just an HTML file. If we open this HTML file with VS Code, this is how VS Code represents that HTML file. Okay, but if we open this HTML file with a browsers like Google Chrome or Firefox or anything, this is how it is presented with a hello world like that. So for this one as well, I'm going to increase the zoom. So let's increase the zoom and put that for now on 200%. We will come back when we may want to decrease the zoom. So this is it. This is for start, and everything's good to go. And also the last thing that I need to do is to drag and drop the img folder inside our JS project folder. So now that we have access to those images, and you can see this is our q1.png And this would be our question, and Q1A, Q1B, Q1C, D, E, F, and these are our answers. So one question and 6 answers for each question, and we have 35 different questions. So this is the IQ test that we are going to create, and these are the images, so we have everything in our disposal. So let's start. I always say that whenever you're working on a project, just break the project into smaller pieces and finish each step. For example, for this project, the first fragment or the first part that we are going to do is that we're just going to display one image for the question number, for example, the first question, obviously, and the answers for that. So just display the question. So the first part actually does not need any HTML and does not need any JavaScript, but we are going to use JavaScript for sure. And so let's do the first part. So for the first part, I am going to create a div for a division, an area for my questions, and inside this div we have 2 other divs. One of them for the I'm going to give it a class, and let's use the section for this one. So it's just better. The section and div, there's no difference in terms of behavior. I mean, the div tag doesn't behave differently from section tag. They behave just the same, but when using section and div, it becomes more readable, the code, and when we go further, you realize how this helps. Okay, and inside this is a section for displaying our question and answers, and in the future we will have more sections. For example, a navigation area. For example, it shows the questions. For example, question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 35, and another section for the navigation button. So we have different sections. So in this section we have 2 divs, 2 divisions. One of them is for the main questions, our main question, question, or just say question. Okay, and another div called div.answers for our answers. Okay, and inside this question we need to have an img tag. Well, the src for this one, we can see that we are inside index.html. So if we go inside img folder, and inside img folder we are going to attach q1.png, which is this image here. So I am going to say img, and inside the img we have q1.png, which I can use tab in my VS Code in order to use the autofill for this one. And the alt attribute is actually something that used for search engine optimizations, and also if for some reason the image doesn't load, for example we have a typo, the image is deleted from server or anything, that text will be displayed. Okay, so we can go ahead and use an alt attribute for that, or we can leave it blank because actually we don't care about search engine optimization, and if for any reason the image does not load, we are screwed. So I'm going to remove the alt attribute for this one. So this is our main img, and inside the answers we are going to have 6 more imgs here, and the src again is the img, but this time is q1a, for example, like that. What was it? Let's take a look at the images here. q1a, because the q1a .png. Okay, this is it. I have typed it correctly. So I'm going to remove the alt attribute for this one as well, and I have created a shortcut with my VS Code. Whenever I hit Control Shift D with my VS Code, the line is duplicated. Well, for default, I think VS Code does not have this behavior. You can hit Control Shift P, and there are so many different commands in VS Code. You can search duplicate selection or duplicate line, which you can see I have previously assigned Control Shift D to this action here, and you can use the this icon and configure a key binding for that. For me, Control Shift D was already assigned to something else, So I remove that, and I assign Control Shift D to this duplicate line. So you can go ahead and setting, and for various commands in VS Code, you can apply key binding, which I have applied Control Shift D to this one. So that's why when I hit Control Shift D, you can see that the line is being duplicated, and now we have 6 IMG here. So but this one is 1, this should be 2, this should be 3, this should be 4, and 5, 6. Okay. Now just go ahead inside our here and hit refresh, and you can see this is our image, and hit Control 0 to set the zoom back on 100%, and you can see, and this is the our main IMG, and these are the answers for that. So, and now we are going to use a little bit of CSS in order to make it look more pretty. I want it to be at the center, and I want to centerize it. Okay, just this one. So for start, I am going to create another folder here, and I call it, for example, I can call it assets or CSS files or anything. I'm going to call it CSS, and put any CSS file I have inside this folder, and inside the CSS I am going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it, for example, styles.css. Sorry, that's not a dot, this is a dot. Okay, and I am going to, after anything else, I need to link this CSS, and it's of course inside CSS folder, and it's styles.css, and I'm going to append this style.css. Now that we have this style.css, I'm going to select these sections here, and we can apply class for CSS, and I'm going to class it our let's give it a class with a meaningful name. I'm going to call it main area. This is our main area, and I'm going to select this main. So we have a question inside this, and we have an answer section inside this main area. So first of all, I'm going to set the let me tell you something, guys. Whenever you are going to control the position, alignment, anything in CSS, is something that usually some people struggle with, and the key this is the best solution for you is using a flex display. Guys, when we set the display of something to flex, for example, this main area that we see here, when I set the display to flex, okay, display flex, nothing happens to the main area itself, okay? What happens is actually to its children. When we apply the main area class to this section, and we set the display to flex, we now actually can control the behavior of this question div and this answers div. We can control these two. So we set the display of flex to this main area, and now we can control these things. That's why I wrapped them inside another section here. So you can hit refresh. As you can see now, this section area is now has a flex display. So let's increase the zoom on this one as well. And also I am going to here we have some options. For example, we can choose dock to bottom, dock to right, dock to left. So we can actually, I can go dock it in another window. And if you have two monitors, for example, this is a perfect choice for you to put inside another monitor for yourself. So here you can see this is our section area, and in our section area actually we have a flex display. As you can see, these are the content inside, and now we can control the behavior of this question IMG and answer IMG, which are inside this. So by default, the items, the flex direction is on row. For example, as you can see, these two items are now next to each other. If we remove this flex display, now you can see now the flex display is gone and the control is gone. So when we set the display flex, now the children are inside a row because the direction by default is on row. If we set the flex direction here, so set the flex, let's go ahead and set the flex direction to, come back here inside our code, style.css here, and set the flex direction to column. You can see row, reverse, column, and column reverse. So when we set that to column, you can see now sorry, I opened the wrong thing, and now it looks like a column. But you may think, okay, what's the difference now? Before we set the display to flex, it looked like this exactly. Yes, before it was, but now that this display is on flex, we have access to some more CSS properties that we can use in order to control these sections very easily. For example, one of them is justify content and align items. Well, justify content controls the location, the position of the items horizontally when the flex direction is on row. But when the flex direction is on column, it controls them from vertically. But there's another something called align items. If we put the align items on center and hit save, come back here, hit refresh, we can see that the horizontal alignment is now on center. If we hit inspect on this, and we can see now this is our section, this is our main area, the blue area that we can see, and this is the div questions, and this is the answers. As you can see now, the align item is on center, and because align items controls the vertically when the flex direction is on row, but when flex direction is on column, align items control them horizontally, so it changes this justify content and align items. So this is it. And also we can use something called gap. Well, gap is the space between the items. For example, we have two items inside this main area. One of them is question, one of them is answers, and we can use gap. For example, we can say the gap between them, for example, should be something 1 rem. Okay, let's see, 1 rem equals something about 16 pixel in this case. So you can see now the gap between them is increased, and we can choose that even more. We can set that to 2 rem for now and take a look and see this is how it looks. And also we can apply some padding to this. Padding, for example, padding 2 rem also. The padding is the space between them. So you can see now if we hit inspect element inside this is our section, and you can see the green area is actually the padding, and the body has a little bit of margin by default, and we may come back and fix it in future, but we may not. And you can see there's a gap between our two elements. So this is it. This is why we use flex display, because it helps us to control the position of the elements more easily. And so we set the display flex, and when we set the display to flex, some new CSS properties will be unlocked, like these three. These three are meaningless without flex display. Now that we have set the display to flex, we have access to these properties, okay? But padding, no, padding is something in general. It's just available everywhere. So this is it. So this is the first section that we managed to do. So I said when we are working on a project, we need to break our project into different sections. So the second thing now we are going to start the actual working with JavaScript. Now that everything is ready, we need to use JavaScript in order to change the src attribute of these elements. For example, now we are on question 1, right? If we change all of these ones here in my text editor, if I hit Control D, the next one is highlighted. And sorry, why did I write Q1A, Q2A, Q3A? This is not true. Actually, I need to change it to Q1B, Q1C. Actually, this is true. Q1D, Q1 A B C D E F. This is true. A B C D E F. A B C D E F. Now this is the true. This is something that I messed up. Okay, it's okay. Now we need to, if we are going to go from question 1 to question 2, so now I hit refresh. Now it's true, and now it's okay. Okay, when we are going to from question 1 to question 2, all of these ones needs to change to 2. If we change all of them from 1 to 2, you can see now we are inside question 2. If we change all of them to 3, we are going to see. So we need to create a button when user clicks on next question, or actually answers some of them. We need to change the src attribute so that user feels that he's now in another question, and we will make it something look like with animation and things like that. And don't worry, we will go there. So first, Let's start JavaScript. So let's change that to 1, the thing that we had. Okay, this is it. And just like CSS, when we are using CSS, well, there were different ways to write CSS. Okay, we could use a style attribute, style tag. Okay, we could use inline, okay, which would not recommend it, and we could use another separate file. And just like CSS, we created a style.css, another separate file, and we wrote our CSS inside that. Just like that, the JS, we can create another file. So here we can come here and create a new folder, call it JS, and inside this JS, we can actually create a new file and call it, for example, scripts.js. Well, this is these names that I'm using is common. For example, index is commonly used for HTML file. You've seen it a lot. Index.html file. Index is the main file of our project, and main CSS file of our project is usually called the styles.css. And also the main JS file of our project is usually called scripts.js, and sometimes I've seen custom.js, sometimes less than scripts, but scripts is more commonly used, and that's what we are going to use. But there's another thing. Usually it's recommended to attach our CSS file inside our head section, and also we can attach our JS file inside our head section as well, but it's best practice, and it's recommended to attach our JS files at the end of body tag, at the very end of the body tag, before closing body tag. So here it is. I'm going to use script. We can write down script and write down the JS file just like that, or we can use script src. Okay, script. Okay, sorry, that's not what I wanted. Script src here, and we can use the src attribute in order to say, hey, where the JS file is located. So we can say that the JS file is inside our JS, and the file is called scripts.js. Okay, this is it. Scripts.js is now attached, and everything is good to go. In order to make sure that we have attached the file successfully, if ever we have a typo, for example, if something goes wrong, the console, we will be notified inside our console and tells us, hey, we have an error here. For example, if we have a typo, for example, let's say we have a typo, something, this file does not exist. If we come back here, hit refresh, and open the tag, it says that, hey, I couldn't find this file. So the console, we will be notified inside our console if we have something that we have, or even if it's CSS file, if it's a JS or anything like that. So now I wrote scripts.js, come back here, hit refresh, and I can hit F12. As you can see, we have no error inside our console. And if I hit Control U and see the page source, and you can see here that this is our page source, and this is a script file that is attached and successfully. But now it's empty, and we are going to write some JS file inside it, and we are going to learn the first things about JS. So this is it. This is another section. So let's start learning more about JavaScript. Well, in every language, the first thing that we usually do with that language, whether it's C++, JavaScript, Python, or anything, we first print out the message of hello world to user. For example, in JavaScript, we can go ahead and write console.log, and inside that console.log, we can provide a variable, something in a string, and we will see what variable is. For example, we can provide a string. In JavaScript, we write our string inside a single quote, for example, hello world, or we can write them inside a double quote. This is it. They both are okay. Single quote and double quote is perfectly fine. Just like HTML. In HTML, we could write our attribute inside double quote and single quote, and they're both just fine. But usually, like 99% of the time, I've seen people all use double quote, and this is better. And in JavaScript as well, I've seen usually people prefer to write their string inside double quote rather than single quote. This is usually something that I've seen. So let's see. When we write down console.log hello world inside our script.js, where this hello world is printed out, and obviously not inside our content, HTML content. there's something if we hit F12 or hit inspect or Control Shift I or anything, this thing is open this tool, and inside the console we can actually zoom in a little bit for those who are using smaller devices. We can see that hello world is printed out, and actually this is the first thing that we did with JavaScript, and we printed out the message hello world. Well, the second thing that we are going to learn about JavaScript is how to define a variable. We can use the keyword var, okay, in order to declare a variable. For example, I declare a variable message, and I say message equals to hello world. Okay, this is hello world. And rather than say console.log message, so this is the variable message, not the string message. For example, if I say, if I write down that inside a double quote, of course what we see is actually the message itself. Sorry, let's bring up this one. Hit Control F12, and for this example, for now, I'm going to not to have it in a separate window. I'm going to use that to dock to bottom and increase that for here. For now, we may come back and change that. So we see the message itself, okay? But if we write that without double quote, this means a variable message, not the message itself. So this is something that I wanted you to have in mind. So the variable message is actually a piece of content, which is hello world, and the text message is just a message, okay? And also, we can, and as you can see, I did not wrote semicolons at the end of my statements. And in JavaScript, using semicolon is not required. And we can actually, I have seen so many people do not use semicolons because they think the code looks more pretty. But I recommend, if you are going to use semicolon, use it everywhere. Always use semicolon. If you're not going to use semicolon, never use some semicolon anywhere, because we need to have something. It just doesn't look fine if we have semicolon here and don't have it here, and have there and somewhere else. Either no semicolon or everywhere, okay? This is my rule. Okay, so let's define, so to variable, when we define variable, it doesn't have to necessarily be a string always. Sometimes you can change that. For example, var, we can say number equals to, for example, 4. Or as you can see, this 4 is now not inside double quote or single quote, because this is the type of it. It's different, as you can see. For example, in console.log we can have different things. For example, we can separate them with comma. For example, I could say console.log message and also console.log the number. And if we come back here, hit refresh, we can see now this. And as you can see, the color of it is it's actually a dark blue, and the color of it is actually black. The black means it's a string, and the dark blue means it's integer. So the variables in JavaScript, like so many other languages, they have a type, and this type is automatically detected by JavaScript itself. So, for example, we can another variable, call it, for example, pi, okay, and pi equals 3.14. Well, this is number, also this is number, but the difference is that, well, we didn't console.log pi, so we can hit comma and console.log pi, and if we come back, hit refresh, as you can see, this is a number. But we said any variable in JavaScript has its own type. So here inside console.log, there's something called type of. For example, if we write down a type of with no spaces, as you can see, now the color is different, which shows that this type of is a specific JavaScript word. For example, like var is a specific JavaScript. It means this message is a variable. So if we say type of message, hey, go ahead and tell me what is the type of message. You can see, hit refresh, it says a string, number, number. So the type of them is number, the type of them. Although this is a float or double, and this is integer, they both considered number when we use type of in this example. So And the difference of integer and float is this integers are the integer value, and the float and double are have decimal values. So this is it. So we can have different types of variable. Well, the variable could be a string, could be a number, and also let's learn a new type of data, and that's called array. For example, we can have a variable called, for example, and I call it example array. And this example array, you can see all of these variables that I defined, they all had one value. The value of message was this, the value of it. But sometimes we can have more than one value inside a variable, and we can use array, and inside the array we can choose different things. For example, I can say that the first item inside this is, for example, I call it Ali Seifi, my name is a string, okay? And for the second item, I am going to use, for example, message. So, well, the message is the variable message. So, okay, I can use another, I put the variable message inside that as a second. The array is like a collection of data. We can have more than one value as much as we want. We can always separate them with comma. For example, for this, want to, for example, 1,000. For example, I love JS. JS stands for JavaScript, and we can say console.log this example array as well. So let's comment these two, and console.log. If you're wondering what is comment is actually when we use these characters in JavaScript, it means, hey browser, do not run these piece of text that I've written. And the use of these comments is that actually we can, for example, for this case, temporarily turn off some code. Yes, just like we just, it looks like we turned off these codes and they won't be executed anymore. And that's one use of it. And the other use is we write down, for example, what this piece of text do. So you say prints something inside console. For example, we developers sometimes write something about our code and explain what this piece of text do, the piece of this code do. So that's another use of comments. So this is one way to write comment. For example, when we use these characters, anything in that line is comment. And if we want to make something comment, for example, more than one line, so this is another way to do that. For example, rather than let's highlight all of them, and if I hit Control// with my text editor, it turns on and off the comment. Okay, this is one way. The other way is actually we can use this star and this star as long as we want. And if you put that here, this is so anything that is inside these two characters is considered as comment. So, but this one is just the line itself. Anything after that, for example, here we can say this is comment. So anything after that for the line, anything. But if we hit enter, this is no longer comments. Okay, so this is something that I wanted to say about comments in JavaScript as well. So because this video, we are going to explain everything about JavaScript from the scratch, from the very zero. So that's why I'm explaining everything here. So let's clean that, and I'm going to use this way of comment. This is more convenient and I like it more. So let's console.log this example array and see what it looks like. As you can see, and now this is an array, and it says the first one is a string, and this is a number, and this is string inside this array that we have here. And as you can see, other than these things that we had about this array, there are some other, you can say, hidden properties like length. You can see that it says the length of this array is 4, which means there are 4 items inside this array. Let's have another array, for example, example array 2, and this example array 2 is something like 1, 4, 6, 8, 1, 2. Something like that. And console.log example array 2. And you can say hit refresh, and this is our second array, and this is the length of it is 5 now, because there are 5 items inside this. So we've all heard that JavaScript is a prototype language. What does it mean actually? And the understanding this prototype actually helps us in so many different circumstances. Well, in JavaScript, everything is an object. For example, this message that we see here is considered as an object. This is considered as an object. This pie is considered as an object. Everything is considered as an object. But each object behaves differently considered to its type. For example, this is a number and this is a decimal number, so it behaves differently from a example array for sure. Since everything is an object in JavaScript, we can actually use methods and properties on objects. If you have some understanding of objects and things like that, you may already know what is property and what is method. But for now, since I'm starting to explain everything from scratch, from the very zero, so I'm going to explain what is the property and what is method. Okay, let's first learn property. For example, when we are using this array, for example array, since this is an array comes with a special property called length, for example, and we can access the methods and properties with the dot operator. This is an operator, the dot, and we can say dot length. So if we console.log example array dot length, it gives us the length of this array, which 4 items are inside. When we should see the number 4. Okay, if we come back here, hit refresh, we can see the number 4. So this dot length is a property of this array. But if I say message dot length, what does that mean? Let's come back here, hit refresh. We can see it says 11. So the length for the message is also meaningful as well, because sometimes strings can act or behave like array. For example, what do I say they behave like array? Imagine that this message is an array and each item inside this array is the character itself. So that's why I say behave like a array. They're not exactly, they sometimes can behave like a. So this length was meaningful for the example array. It gives us was meaningful for the message, yes. But let's say number.length. Let's come back here, hit refresh, and it says undefined. Well, so the length for the number is actually meaningless. Sorry. So not for everything. For the message, for the string, and for the array, actually this dot's length is meaningful. Okay. But for example, there's another thing called, for example, toFixed. For example, let's say pi number. Let's search pi number first 10 digits. I want to have the first 10 digits of pi number. So this is the first 10 digits of pi number. Come back here, hit refresh. And this is our pi numbers. Let's say console.log pi. Okay, when we console.log pi, of course we see it all. And there's so we saw what property is. For example, dot length was a property, and of course this dot length is meaningless for the pi. But there's another thing called toFixed. Well, toFixed is a method, not a property. Well, what is the difference between a method and a property? Well, a property is like dot length. We write dot length, and it has no parentheses. But toFixed has actually parentheses, and we can sometimes provide an argument for it. For example, when I say pi.toFixed, it means I'm going to, for example, let's say 2. Okay, come back here, hit refresh. We see 3.14. If we say 1, we see 3.1. So it says that we are going to round this pi number, okay, but to how many digits? To 1 digit, to 5 digits, to how many digits? So that's why we need an argument for this thing. So that's why it's a method and the difference of method and property is this: that methods have parentheses, and we can sometimes provide an argument for that and say that to fix. Well, okay, this pi.toFix was meaningful for this pi, but is it meaningful for something like message? If we say message.toFix 5, well, of course, it says uncaught type error. It even raised an error. So this to fix is say, hey, this to fix is not something you can use for message. It even actually threw an exception or threw an error here and told us that. So that's why they say JavaScript is a prototype language, because in JavaScript is everything is an object, and each object behaves differently and acts differently, and these behaviors and they are called prototypes. For example, they have different prototypes, so that's why they behave differently. They have different arguments, they have different methods, different methods and different properties, each variable. So this is it. This is the first thing that I wanted you to learn about JavaScript and know about JavaScript. That this dot operator we can use dot operator to access methods and properties, and each object has its own properties and its own methods that we are going to learn, which each object has its own different. So this is this is the first part of our JavaScript, and this is the first thing that I wanted you to know about JavaScript. Now that we have an understanding of JavaScript, and now that we know how JavaScript works, so we have an imagination. So for now, we're no longer complete zero about JavaScript. Now let's start to use JavaScript in order to work with our project. So this is another section of our video. So this is the end of this section, and let's start a new section, which is using JavaScript in order to work with DOM. What is DOM? DOM stands for Document Object Model. So as you can see, in HTML, we have so many elements. For example, this section tag is an element, this div is an element, this img is an element inside that. So JavaScript, and also in JavaScript, everything is an object. So DOM is Document Object Model, which basically means that it looks at our document. This is our whole document, and looks them as an object. JavaScript sees everything as an object. For example, this div is an object, this img is an object, and we can select these objects and modify those objects. For example, modify the src attribute, remove a class or add a class to them. So we can manipulate our HTML using JavaScript, and that's basically what DOM is, Document Object Model. So the first thing that we are going to do is that let's change the src attribute of this img tag from q1.png to q, for example, 2.png. So just like CSS, when we selected some element and applied some properties to that, for example, we selected a something that has a class of main area, and we applied some CSS properties to this. So in JavaScript, there's actually a way to select elements, and there are different ways for that. One of them is using document dot get element by ID and dot get element by ID is a method. This is one way. You can see that JavaScript provides some global variables that we can use in different. For example, one of them that we just saw was console.log. Do you remember when we used console.log? JavaScript provides some global objects that we can use from start. For example, console, we saw one of them. We called actually the log method on console, and we saw what this console.log do, and it can actually accept as many arguments as we want, this .log content. So console is one of those objects that is that comes with JavaScript. The JavaScript has provided for us. Another So we learned one of them. There are so many of them. There are document, console. We learned too. There is window and some other things that we will learn in future. So console was one of them. Document is the other one. Document is our document is that DOM that we were talking, document.object model, and we can call some different methods on it and some properties on it, and we will learn more properties and methods for this. So the first method that we are going to learn that is specific to document objects. So this .get element by ID is a method that only means is only meaningful when we are calling it on an object model, this document object model that we have. So, and it has an argument. For example, we can say, go ahead. So let's apply an ID to this IMG. So give it an ID. In CSS, we usually select elements with class, and this is more common. But in JavaScript, it's better to select elements with ID. And in CSS, it's actually is recommended not to use ID in our selector. This is something that have in mind. Okay, so we can get our call it our question IMG or yeah, main question, and I call it main question. So, and I can go ahead and select that element that has an ID of main question. And have in mind that IDs must be unique. We can, well, in CSS, in classes, we can have apply different one class to different elements. It's okay, but in ID, have in mind that it should be and it must be unique. For example, if we use main question for here, we cannot use it anywhere else. Just have that in mind. So I can go ahead and set document.get element by, and what is this? What does it give us? What is this? This is, so we can actually cache that inside a variable and call it var. For example, test. For now, I'm using the test, but we must come back and use a better name for this one. So, and let's console.log this test and see what is this. We want to take a look at this test and see what is this test, just like the other variables that we console.log. For example, we console.log a string and see what it, and let's take a look at this and see what is this thing that we have here. So let's come back to our code, hit refresh, as you can see, and this is the way that console.log is presenting that. It says this is the element that I have found. This is the element, and we can see for sure this is exactly the element that we have now. And now that we have this element, we can actually change anything about this element. We can add classes to this, remove classes to this, add event listeners for that, and we will see what is event listener. But for this case, we want to change an attributes of this one. So, and let's first of all, let's use a better name for this that we have, for example, and I call it main question, and I call it main question. And notice that this is the way that I'm writing my variable names. We cannot have, since we cannot have space in our names, variable names. So this is the way that we are. This is called camel case. So as you can see, the Q is written this way. So let's learn something. This is called kebab case. When we write down things like that, and let's write them inside a comma so this doesn't think that it's actually code. So this is kebab case, this is camel case, this is the way that we write down, and this is Pascal case, and this is snake case, and these are the four most common ways to write names where we are not allowed a space. For example, this kebab case is used for CSS classes. As you can see, when we are having CSS classes, this is the way that we are writing down our names with kebab case. But in JavaScript is more common to use camel case rather than kebab. So kebab case is for CSS, camel case is for JavaScript. So have that in mind as well. For example, in some cases in PHP, in backend, I've seen some people use snake cases. So there are so many different cases to write down, and you are not forced to write your cases like camel case or anything, but this is more common and is considered best practice. So this is our main question. And another thing that I want to mention, we have something called var and we have something called const. As you can see, var means variable, something that changes. But const means constant, something that doesn't change. So for example, we may have something, for example, var n equals to 3, 4. And we may want to come back future and change that n to, for example, 6. So we change the variable. So we initiated the variable with the value of 4, and then we applied 6 to this. And also we can say, for example, var n, just nothing with that, var n, and then in future apply values for that. So, and the value can change. If the value is possible to change, we should use var, but the const is used when the value is not changing. So for this example, I think const is a better way to use that. And there's something else called let, and we will see that let, what is the difference between var and let. They're both used for variable, but for constant we use const. Okay, so I say const main question. So I have a main question, and we saw that main question is actually this is our main question. This is a DOM object. So since this is a DOM object, there are some things. For example, I can say main question. Okay, there are some attributes. For example, one thing is get attribute. Get attribute is a method that accepts one argument, okay, and it's the name of that. For example, what attribute do you want? Do you want the ID attribute? Do you want the src attribute, or alt, or anything else? What attribute of this element do you want? For example, I say src, okay, and let's console.log this, and let's see what is this main question dot get attribute src. As you can see, it returns the src attribute of it. It returns it so we can read the src attribute for it. But what if we want to change it? So get attribute reads it, but there's another thing called set attribute, which set attribute accepts two arguments. So the first argument is the argument that we want. For example, what do you want to change? The src, alt, what do you want? And the second argument is the value that we are going to change. For example, we are going to change it to something. Okay, so let's hit Control S and come back, hit refresh. As you can see, the attribute src has changed, and also the console it is creating an error and says this file is not found anywhere on your device. So this is it. So we can change the attribute to whatever we want. So, but let's change it to something relevant, something correct. So from img q1.png, we are going to change that to q2.png, and let's see what happens. Let's hit refresh. As you can see, now we have q2.png. If we hit inspect on this, okay, and you can see now this is our q2.png. So we successfully managed to change the src attribute. But the thing is, we do not want it to happen on the load. When the application is loaded, yes, the q1.png is true, but we want this to happen only when user clicks on one of these images or goes to the next question or the previous questions and things like that. So let's comment all these for now. Comment all of them now. Hit Control S, come back here, hit refresh, so that change won't be applied. So here I'm going to add another section, and for example, you can see this is the section of main area that we have, and also I am going to so this is our main area, and I'm going to section and create another section and call it class nav area. Okay, nav area. Okay. And inside this nav area, we have a navigation. So I'm going to use the nav tag for this. And inside this nav tag, we have two buttons. Okay, button one for prev question and one for the next question. As you can see, now we have two buttons here, and we are going to have this prev and next question at the bottom of this one. So just like that, this nav area that we have, and I'm trying to give it some meaningful names for that. For now, let's go select this nav area that we have. Let's come here to the nav area. Let's give it a display of flex. Now the display is flex. We can control the content inside. For now, there's no change, right? There's no change, but now we can control the content. So this nav area has a flex direction of row by default. So flex direction by default is on row. So in order to control the horizontal alignment, in this case we should use justify content. So but if the flex direction was column, then align item. So the align items and justify content act differently considered to the flex direction that we have. So justify content on center. So come back here, hit refresh. We can see that this is now at center. So inside our nav area, I can actually go ahead and select the bottom that is inside our nav. You can see this is the bottom that is, so we can say the bottom that is inside the nav, and nav is inside nav area. So this is the thing that we have, and I can go ahead and apply some CSS properties to this. I want to style the buttons a little and make them better. For example, I can go ahead and set that, for example, a padding. For example, set the display to inline block. Let's make sure the display is on inline block, and let's give it a padding. If you do not know what inline block is, it's you can search it, but since we are more focused on JavaScript, it's nothing specific. I think the default display of button is on inline block, but anything. So the padding is on 20 pixel, and I'm going to increase the font size. So font size is going to, since I'm using rem everywhere, let's use rem for this one. Okay, 1 rem, the padding. The font size should be 125 rem. It means go ahead and 125 times bigger than the default thing that you have. Okay, and the border, we can actually give it a border of 2 pixel, for example, solid black. Okay, and a background of, not remove the background for now. Let's use let's background color. I want to suit background none, but no, let's use the background color. For example, hashtag a gray background. Okay, let's see, this is the gray background that we have, but we can actually go ahead and choose some color. For example, there's a website called coolors.co, and this coolors.co actually provides us with so many different colors that we can use in our project. For example, you can see we can go inside Explorer trending palettes and use a palette for our website. For example, what colors are we going to use in our website? So we can go ahead and choose any of these palettes that we think is pretty and we'll like it, and I'm going to continue with this palette that we have here. So I'm going to copy all of the values for now. So for now I'm going to paste them inside our comment section and comment them out. Okay, this second one, the third one, the fourth one, and the fifth one. So, and in order to be able to see the color here, we can use the pound sign before that, so that we can, and use the comment sign, and so that we can comment these. So in CSS, this is the way that we comment things out, only by this character. This doesn't work in CSS, but works in JavaScript. Okay, so now that I have a palette for myself, I am going to use the palette, and I'm going to set the background color to this one. Okay, and the color to the third one. Okay. And we can actually go ahead and use some names for this. For example, in CSS, this is the way that we can define variable or constant, as you can see. For example, we can say primary, because every application has a primary color. For example, we can say the primary should be this one. This is our primary color, okay? And this is our light color. So this the third one actually was the light color, okay? And we need to have a dark color as well. But since the dark color is not in the, so we can use the black for it. So this is our light color. So here now we can use those variables. For example, rather than that, we can say var primary. So the primary, and the border should be the primary as well. The border should be the background color should be this second light. So let's come back here. Primary. Okay, primary light. Okay, and this is our primary light. Okay, come back here. So the background is primary light, and the border is primary itself. Okay, var primary. So let's come back here and see how it looks like. This is how it looks like, and we can actually set the color to primary as well. Color to primary as well. Okay, did I use color black? No. Okay, before that I meant. So now this is it, but now I think that doesn't look good. So come back here. So use the black, for example. $000. But there's something that says never use absolute black and absolute white in your project. So that's why I am going to say to create two variables called black, and black $000 is absolute black. But this is not absolute black, and this is not absolute white. The absolute white is $FFF, but rather than that, we can say F0, F0, F0. And this is it. And so rather than 000, we are going to use var black. Okay, and the body, we are going to select our body. First of all, disable that margin that it had. So set the margin to 0 because it has a margin by default, and the background color should be var r white, not that absolute white that we had. Okay, this is a little better, I think. So and also we can see when we highlight these buttons, there's no change, nothing happens, so user doesn't feel anything. So we can actually give it a cursor. First of all, the cursor pointer. The cursor pointer, actually what it does, it actually makes the cursor change when user is highlighting them. And other than that, we are going to give it a hover effect. When user hovers them, what happens when user hovers these buttons? Okay, hover. Okay, and the button hover. Okay, when the button is hover, I may want to change the background color to the var primary itself. Okay, and the color to white. To color to var, let's use light rather than white, because light is actually a little bit look brownish. Okay, what happens? This is what happens. But I want this change to happen. So you can see the change happens instantly. But if we use a transition, for example, transition, okay, and what property? All properties, for example, 0.3 seconds. Okay, so the changes happen in 0.3 seconds, and what happens is it kind of looks smooth. So because it happens in 0.3 second. Okay, this is better, I think. So, and also there's something here. If I apply a gap to this here, you can see this nav area, and say, for example, gap 1 rem, I want to have a space between your items. If I come back here and hit refresh, nothing changes. Why nothing changes? Because when we set the display of something to flex, actually, the children inside that, we can control this nav. So the gap actually is the space between nav and other tags inside this. So that's why the gap is not working. But you may wonder, okay, the gap is not working, but why justify content center is working? Yes, it's working. It is putting the nav at the center, as you can see. Come back here, inspect element here, and if we inspect element here, come here, we can see this is our nav. You can see this is section nav area, and the nav itself is at the center. So the buttons are not at the center. The nav itself is at the center. So if I come back here and give this display flex and nav area to the nav itself, what happens is, come back here, hit refresh. You can see this is our section, and this is our nav, and now the nav is here, and the gap is meaningful bit because the display flex is now applied to the nav. and the gap is the space between these buttons. Now it works just fine. So this is it. So now I want to, let's come back to JavaScript. Enough with CSS. I want when user clicks on this, these codes, these JavaScript codes happen, not by default. So there's something called event listeners. Event listeners is, so usually when we're working with JavaScript, user makes an action, then we want to have a reaction. Action, reaction, action, reaction, action, reaction. So we want to say, define an action for the user. Hey, browser, if user did this action, we want to have this reaction. If user did that, so there are so many different actions. One of the actions is called click. One of the action could be mouse over, mouse leave. I don't know, when user focuses on an input element. You see input tags that we write something, for example here, this is an input tag. I click here, this is an input tag. Okay, so when user, that's focus. So there are so many different events that we will learn some events of, but the most common event is click. So we are going to register an event for this button here and call it an event register. So for now, for the next button, so the button, let's use the type button for these, because there are two types, type submit and type button, although we're not inside a form or anything, but it's good to have that type button for that. So this is not a submit button. So, and we are going to give it an ID, and ID next btn. The next btn is the ID, and we'll come back and change this prev as well, don't worry. But for now, let's see here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is create a const and call it next btn, and the next btn is actually document.getElement by ID. And you go ahead and select the element with the ID of next btn. So okay, come back here, next btn, go ahead and select. So now we have that next btn just like that. So there are so many things. I said when we have an object here, a DOM object, just like main question, there are some properties and things like that. There's another, we want to handle an event register, it's just event listener to this. So we can say next btn dot add event listener. So this dot add event listener is a method. Okay. The first argument is the event that we are going to apply. For example, is the event click? Is the event focus? Is the event mouse leave? So whenever the mouse leaves that things. So there are so many different events, and I said we will learn some of them. And the most common is click. So whenever user clicks on it. But what is going to happen when users click on the second argument? So when we are learning different methods, for example, we said set attribute received 2 arguments, and both of them were string. Get attribute received only 1 argument, and the argument was a string. So add event listener, the first argument is a string, okay, and we can go ahead and set use that inside a double quote as well, because let's use double quote everywhere, okay. And we will come back to change this single quotes to double quote as well, maybe in future. But the second argument is a function, an anonymous function or a function name. So this is how an anonymous function looks like in JavaScript. We write down function name only with nothing, and parentheses and these brackets. Okay, and inside this we write down the logic that we want to be executed. I want these things to happen when user clicks on something. So this is one way. For example, what are those things that I want to happen for? So the first thing that I want to happen is that I want to change the src attribute of this and all the answers. So for a start, let's only change this one. Okay, so we saw how can we do that. So we saw that we can do that actually with this way. We can select the main question and say main question is a document.getElement by ID, and go ahead and so only these codes be executed. If you write them down here, they will be executed when the page is loaded. But now they will be executed only when user clicks on that next btn. So we registered an event listener for that thing here. Okay, come back here, hit refresh, and we can see when hit click on next question, you can see now the src attribute is changed. Okay, so but the better way to write these things is to not use anonymous function like this, because first of all, you see more reasons why it's better not to. Let's create a function. Do you remember we could define different variables, and we can define different functions and have specific names for them. For example, let's create a function and call it test function. We will come back and change this test function for sure, because I said our variable names, our function names, they must have meaningful names, but we will come back and change it. This test function, and this test function can do whatever that if it can actually, for example, alert something. For example, alert means, for example, let's say console.log hello world, and I will tell you what alert is. Console.log hello world, and let's comment these things for now temporary, and we'll come back and uncomment them, don't worry. So when we refresh the page, we will never see this console.log hello world. Okay, why? Because this is inside a function, and it only will be executed if we call this function. How can we call a function? We can say test function and parentheses. So this is a function, not a method. Because why it's a function, not a method? Because it's not with dot. If, for example, we write some object and dot, that thing, that's called method, but when we write it without anything, that calls function. So that's the difference between function and method. But now this thing is different. Now we called this test function. Come back here, hit refresh, and now the call function is called here. So here, now let's have a go to next question. And this is a function that we have go to next question. So let's come back here and uncomment them and put these go to next question inside this one. So these codes that changes the src attribute of the main question are now inside this go to next question. So I can actually come here and call this here. This is one, but this is a stupid way. But the better way is actually, rather than using anonymous function, only the function's name with no parentheses, like that. So this is the way that we register an event. This is better, much better, because we will see more reasons why it is better in future. But this is better because here is our event. Hey, next button. Whenever you click onto, go ahead and call the go to next function, and we will write down the logic for the, and this won't go long and long and long. This is much better for me. I like it better, and this is better because in future we can see that we can use in Go this function in other event registers. For example, one way to go to the next question is when user clicks on next question. But I want when user clicks on one of these answers, first store the user answer somewhere and then go to the next question. So that's why then we can use this go to the next question in other events as well. For example, let's have another event register, another event register, another event register, and we can use this next question in all of those registers. So it's more reusable. So it's better because it's reusable. So this is it. I am going to, hey, we have a next btn, sorry, let's uncomment that. This is our next btn, and we are going to register a click event for this. And whenever user clicks on this next btn, you are going to call this function, and this is what this function do. So I said alert. I will talk about alert. Alert is just like console.log. So let's see next question, and it's working. But now we must change this Q2 for in future. We must change this Q2 into something dynamic, because it's now always changing that to Q2, and it only works one time. So we need to change that Q2 to something dynamic. But what was that alert thing? So let's console.log hello world, and let's see alert. Alert is a global function that we can use. But this is a method that is called on the global console, the console that we have. This is a log method. So this is the things that I want you to learn. So you can see this is hello world. The page says hello world, okay? And hello world of console. So this is just to print out something. The alert prints something out, and this is the way that it prints it. The reason that I set this alert because I typed it somewhere and I want to explain everything that I type. Some moments ago I wanted to create a function that only alerts hello world, but then I changed my mind and I said let's use console.log rather than alert. So and that's why, because the moment I wrote alert, I said, oh, I haven't explained what is alert yet. So let's clean that and use console.log. And now that I mentioned alert, so I wanted to explain what is alert. Okay, this is it. So and we've come a good way so far. Now we have an good understanding of what JavaScript is. Now we have a better understanding of JavaScript, and also we have a good understanding of how can we manipulate DOM and work with DOM. We now know some understanding. We know what a method is, what function is, what property is, and we are learning JavaScript, and we are going great. So okay, now that we have a function in order to go to the next question, it's time to create a function for going to the previous question. And also there's something that I want to mention before we go on. See, when we are writing CSS, there were three ways to write CSS code, right? One was writing them in a separate CSS file, which was considered as best practice, which we are doing right now in a separate CSS file. But we also could write our CSS inside a style tag and write down the CSS that we want. And also there was a third way for writing CSS, and that was using a style attribute, which was considered bad practice. And the reason that it's considered as bad practice, and they say that it's better to have your CSS codes in a separate file, or even your JS file in a separate file, is that if you face a problem or face a bug and you want to find the bug, it's better to have all your CSS in one place or all your JS in one place, because if we use, for example, a style attribute or things like that, we need to go through our HTML and find the various CSS codes in different places. So that's why it's not recommended to use that. And also for JavaScript, we can also, that was one way to write a script file. And also we can use, for example, a script tag here and write down our JS here. For example, all we wrote here, we can copy them and paste them here and write our JS here, which is not recommended. I'm just telling you in order to increase your knowledge in JavaScript. So that's why. And also here we registered an event for the next btn, and we said whenever user clicks on the next btn, I want you to call a function. This is the way that we registered an event. There's also another way. For example, we can say, let's add this type button for the previous question as well, although it's not 100% required, but I think it's better to have that type button. And also we can use something called, for example, onClick. Rather than registering the event like this, we say we want to have a register like click, and this way we can say onClick, for example, or on DB click, or on mouse over, or things like with word like on it starts. Okay, but we have so many different events, and for this example we are focusing on the click event. We can say on click, for example, we can write down any JavaScript that we want. Alert, for example, hello. We can come back here and inside our code, set refresh, and when we click on the previous question, you can see the alert hello is happening. So, and also rather than calling a JavaScript built-in function, we can write down a function of our own. For example, we can create a function test, and the function test does nothing rather than console.logging test, for example, success. So here we can actually come here and say test, and we do not have any argument for this function. So we can come back here And when I click on previous question and hit F12, you can see that test success is now here, and we can see this test success here. So this is another way of writing JavaScript. It's similar like writing style attribute, and it is absolutely not recommended because the same reason that I told you. It's better to have all your JavaScript in one place. So in order to find your bug, it's easier to find your bug and solve your problems. So rather than giving an ID of onClick and things like that, I am going to give it, rather than using an onClick attribute, I am going to assign a prev btn ID to this one, and just like what we had here for the next btn, just like that, we are going to create something called rather than next btn. So now, as you can see, since we are using constant, it says the text editor is telling us, hey, you have already used next btn, so you cannot use it again because it's a constant. You cannot apply new values to this, and of course this should be a problem. So but now we hit highlight the next, and I hit Control D, so the next is highlighted, and Control D, and we change all of these next to prev, and also this next big should be prev like this. So for the prev btn is a document that get element by ID prev btn, and we can say prev btn dot add even less than a click, and the function that you need to use is go to prev question, which we haven't defined yet. So let's define this function right now, and for now we just say go to prev is called, and rather than console.log in it, I'm going to alert it. Okay, so come back here, hit refresh, and you can see now we are doing that with a event register. So when I say prev question, say go to prev question is called. This is it. It's so easy. So this is the way that we register our events rather than using onClick or on anything. Okay. And there's something else that I want you to know before we go on. There are multiple ways of selecting elements. For now, we've just learned one way, and that is document.getElement by ID. Document.getElement by ID. And this is the only way that we have learned how we can select an element. But let's learn more ways for selecting elements. See, let's say that I have applied a class to this one. I'm going to use the class test because when I use the class test, you realize that we can use whatever name that we want. It's up to us. For example, if I have used prev btn for this example, I just want it to be something different. But sure enough, if we are going to use that in our project 100%, if we are going to continue with that, we must use proper names, so have that in mind. But for this one, I'm going to give it a class of test because I'm just going to test something and clean that after. So one way was to select this document.getElement by ID, and that was one way of it. Okay, the other way that we can actually select an element, I can say document, just like the same thing that we have, and dot get element, but not by ID. As you can see, there are some other things. Document dot get elements by class name, dot get elements by name, by tag name, and things like that. For example, you can see it says, and there's another difference between these two, and you can see it's dot get element by ID, but the other one have an S after them. And why is that? Well, let's see this get elements by class name. As you can see, I want you to notice the difference. It has an S after that. Well, the reason is, well, ID is a unique thing. When we assign an ID to something, we should assign it only to one element. So that's why it says get element by ID, because that's only one element. But since we can assign classes to multiple elements, more than element, so it's possible that more than one element has that class. And for example, let's apply this class test to something else as well. For example, this class test, for example. For both of them, let's have a class of, and I give it a, for example, nav btn, because these are our navigation btns, right? So they both have a nav btn class. So what happens is when I come here and I say document.get elements by class name, and then provide an argument, and the argument is navbtn, and let's see what is the output. Const, let's say buttons, okay, buttons, and let's console.log this buttons, and let's comment everything else for now. Okay, let's comment everything else for now, because I want to have this only this code available here. Okay, let's and we will come back and uncomment them. So we have a buttons, and let's console.log these buttons and see what this buttons is. Well, you might already guess that what this button may look like, and of course this is an HTML collection, so what we actually printed out. And let's create another column, and I call it, for example, let's console.log that, for example, next btn that we had. Okay, so now we have two variables. Let's console.log these both variables and see the difference between document.getElement by id and document.getElements by class name. So let's come back here, hit refresh. As you can see, the first thing that we console.log was an HTML collection, which looks like an array. Imagine that it's an array. It behaves just like an array. Do you remember what was array? Was something that has two different values. So HTML collection, we can say that it looks like an array, and inside this array you can see there are two items. One item is exactly a DOM element, and the second one is a DOM element again. So we have two DOM elements inside this HTML collection, and as you can see, the second thing that we console.log was the next btn, which is directly a DOM btn. So this buttons is an HTML collection array. Let's use array for this example. This buttons is an array, and this next btn is an object, is a DOM object. So that's the difference. So for this next btn, so since this next btn is a DOM object, I can actually go ahead and say, hey, next btn dot add event listener, and add a event listener that I want. Okay, and it's simple. But the question is, can I say buttons dot add event listener? For example, say whenever user clicked on you, I want you to call the function test, and let's go ahead and create the function of test, function test. And function test is just alert something test, because we want to see if we can actually do that. So we said in JavaScript, each method is created for a specific object. For example, when the object is DOM, for example, this next btn, that add event listener was meaningful for it. But is it meaningful for buttons as well, which is an HTML collection? And sure enough, we say it raised an error, and it says, hey, add event listener is not a function. So it means that this add event listener is meaningless for an HTML collection, because the type of these buttons is it's an array, it's an HTML collection. So this add event listener only happens to the DOM objects. It's only meaningful for the DOM objects. So, but we do know for a fact that inside these buttons variables, this bottom it looks like and inside that we have two objects. So we can actually call this add event listener for the items inside that, for the DOM object inside. So it begs the question, how can we access the items inside an array or HTML collection? So as I told you, the HTML collection and the array, they behave exactly the same. So let's test something out. For example, and also I need to mention something. In this console tab, we can write down some JavaScript. For example, I can create a variable, for example, var x equal, for example, hello, okay? And I can, for example, say, so we can write down any JavaScript that we want. For example, if I say, give me the x, it says x is hello, for example. We can write down any JavaScript that we want. So, for example, let's have an array, for example, var array equals to, for example, 1, 2, 5, 8. So if I say console.log the array, for example, it gives us here, since we are inside the array, if we write down the name of the variable itself, it looks like it's console.log, and it's because we are inside the console. That console.log is no longer required. We can just write down the array and it gives us the array. So it gives us the array itself, but how can I access the items inside, for example, the first one, or the second one, or the third one, or the fourth one? Well, in JavaScript and so many other languages, counting starts from 0, not 1. So this is the element, this is the item number 0, this is the item number 1, this is item number 2, and this is item number 3. So I can actually say array, for example, 0. And this gives us the, sorry, I have a typo. This is true. So array 0, it gives us, as you can see, it gives us 1 here. And it says the element number 0 is, so this is the way that we can access the elements inside an array. Array of 0, array of 1, as you can see, it gives us 2. So this is the way that we can access. So if I say buttons.addEventListener, of course it doesn't work. But if I say, for example, buttons 0, it means addEventListener for the first one. Which one is the first one? So this is the first one because it has gone first, and then the next btn has come. So this is the first, the item number 0, and this is the item number 1. If I change the location of them, for example, right, if we move the next btn to the top, say now the next btn is on top, the prev btn is on bottom. So now this becomes the 0 element, and this becomes the first element. Okay, so let's hit Control Z. So next btn. So let's add event register for the 0 one and test for that one. So let's save it and come back, hit refresh. As you can see, we no longer see an error. Okay, and when I click on the prev question, you can see the test is now console.log is alerted. And sure enough, since we have commented everything out, we haven't yet registered anything for the buttons 1, the element number 1. It doesn't do anything. So we can actually come here and say buttons 1 should have the, we can say the test itself, or we can actually say, for example, test 2 and create another function of test 2 and test 2. Okay, come back here, hit refresh. So prev is test, and this is test 2. So this is the way that we can actually use. So there are other ways of selecting elements. So we saw what document.getElements by class name does, and there's another thing. So you can say .getElements by class, by tag name. For example, we can say go ahead and select every button. Anything that has the tag name, the tag name is a button. This is it. And also there's something in HTML that we can assign name attributes to something. We usually have seen names for the form elements. For example, when we have a form element, okay, and inside that form element we have an input usually, and we can say it has a name, and the name is test. And also we can also select with that name attribute, but it's not that common. Since it's not that common, I do not use it, but you get the idea. What does get elements by name mean? Things like that. So you can see get elements, you can see by name, that is what it means. By name, yes, I don't want to cover these two because they are very rarely used, and this element by ID is actually so much used. And there's another thing, document.query selector, and also that's something that these get element by ID and query selector are most commonly used, and this class name and attribute name, this name attribute name, and things like that are less used. But I just wanted you to mention them so that you know it, and I wanted to increase your JavaScript knowledge. So this is it. Now that we understand more, we can we understand this DOM object better, and also something else that we'll learn: arrays. How can we access the items inside an array, and this is the way that we access items inside an array, so have that in mind as well. So now that we know there are different ways for selecting elements, so For this one, we are going to continue with ID, okay? Document.getElement by ID, document.getElement by ID as well. So we have a go to next question and a go to prev question. So for the go to prev question, actually, we can do the same thing here and say const main question and change that for now to q1.png. And also, again, I need to mention again that we need to come back and change this 1 and 2 from static to something dynamic, because we need to say if the current question is 1, yes, you should go to the q2 for the next question. So we need to make that dynamic, and we will. But for now, we just use q1 and q2.png. So for the start, we see the q1.png, and when I say next, it changes to q2.png, prev q1, q2, q1, q2, q2. But for the more, we need to make that dynamic. But we get the idea. For now, we are concentrated on registering event listeners and things like that. But we will come back and make this q1 and q2 dynamic. But there's something else. Whenever you see that you are repeating your code, know that there's something wrong. There's a better way. So as you can see, we are repeating our code here, and there's only one slight difference in go to next question and go to prev question. So I'm going to create another function, go to question, and when we create a function, we can actually say, so far, whatever function that we created accepted no argument. But we have seen some functions and methods that accept argument. For example, like get attribute, like alert, like console.log, they accept arguments as well. So for this one, we can say this goTo question is a function and accepts an argument as an input, and that argument is a number. For example, that number could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says what question number that are you going to use. So the number that we are going to set the user to send the user to is the number is received from the argument. So here inside go to next question and things like that, I am going to say go to question, for example, 2. Here I am going to say go to question, for example, 1. And again, we need to come back and make these 1 and 2 dynamic. Okay, so here, and we can paste this code that we had. Go ahead and select the main question and modify this main question and change the src attribute from q to. And also we need to change all of these 6 as well. So that's why it's a better idea to have that in another function, because if you are going to repeat, we need to have some extra code for changing all of these answer imgs as well, right? So it's a good idea to have that in another function, so now we do not repeat our code in various places. Because if we had that, so we needed to repeat everything that we have in go to next question and repeat them all in prev question, which is not a good idea. So it accepts a argument as an input. So you say go to question 2 and go to question 1. But the problem is, here we are always writing q2.png. So there's something that I need to teach you, and that's called concatenation. What concatenation means, for example, let's say that we have a variable called first name, okay? And the first name, let's write down first name in camel case. And the first name is actually Ali, okay? And let's imagine that I have another variable called last name, and the last name is going to be my last name, which is actually Seifi. Okay, what does concatenation means is when we are going to attach two strings together, it's called concatenation. So concatenation, we need to learn concatenation in order to make this thing dynamic actually. So if I say, tell me what first name is, it actually says it's Ali. But if I say first name plus last name, what happens is it concatenates the first name and last name together, and we have Ali Seifi together. But what if I want a space between Ali and Seifi? Ali space Seifi. So I can concatenate another space to them. So this is called concatenation. Okay? This is concatenate. Okay, I concatenate another space to this, and now we have this. So this is called concatenation. There are two ways for concatenation, and I'm going to teach you both, and let's see both of them. So here, rather than using imgq2.png, we are going to concatenate things. For example, I'm going to break this imgq to 3 pieces. The first piece, is going to be this part, okay? And the second piece is going to be the number, which can be 2 or 1 or 3 or anything. And the third piece, let's have that there for now. I don't want to clean that. And the third piece is that .png, right? So this is it. We are concatenated these 3 pieces together. And you might think, like, okay, this is a string, and this is a number, and this is a string. How can we concatenate a number with a string? Well, it's impossible. So if it's impossible, how it's working? Well, the reason that it works, that JavaScript automatically changes the type of the variables if needed. For example, it says, okay, this 2 is an integer. In order to concatenate that, we can consider that it is a string of 2. It could be a string of 2 rather than an integer of 2. So it automatically changes the type of the value. So this is it. We broke this piece together to 3 different pieces. So now, rather than using 2, we are going to use the number argument, which is provided. For example, one time the number is 2. Number could be 1. Number could be anything that we pass as an argument. Whatever that we passed as an argument, you are going to use that here. So let's come back here and let's cut this thing here and let's use it here. As you can see, the src attribute is now this one. So let's hit the save button and come back here, hit refresh. As you can see, it goes to the next question, it goes to the previous question, next question, previous question. Okay, and also we can test our function here. For example, you can see I can say write down go to question, and I can say provide an argument for that. For example, go to question number 4. This is question number 4. But we are not changing the answers for now. We are going to come back and change the answer IMGs later. For now, we are just changing the main IMG. Or go to question number 8, okay? Or go to question number 18. But since we do not have, for example, all of the questions are 35 numbers. So if I say 35, it actually shows me something, the last question. But if I say 36, well, we do not have any 36. So that's why it throws an error and it says, hey, I couldn't find q36.png. So we need to add something to this to check the number, to see actually if the number is greater than 0 and it's smaller than 36. Okay, so this is where we need to learn about if statements in JavaScript. So in HTML and CSS, we never had any if statement or decision making structures. So or in HTML, but in so many languages we have decision making codes. For example, like if and else. If this happened, do this, and else do something else. So this is why we need if. For example, there's another type of variable, and that's called Boolean values. We've seen strings. For example, this click is a string. This one is a number. We have seen array. There's another type of value, and that's called Boolean. And Boolean has only 2 values, true or false. It either can be true or false. That's it. And the true or false attribute is actually something like this. For example, let's cut this down. For example, let's say we create a variable called, for example, test, okay? And we say test equals to 10 bigger than 8, bigger than 7, sorry. So this is a statement, okay? And this is an operator, and we've seen what operators does. For example, one operator like plus concatenates two strings together, but if they were numbered, they add them, subtract them. So we have so many different operators in JavaScript and other languages. So this 10 is bigger than 7. It evaluates that statement, and if the statement is true, it returns true, and if the statement is false, it returns false. So if I hit enter and say, okay, test, show me what test is, it says the test is true. The reason that it first said undefined, because this returns nothing, and that's why it's undefined. But when we say, hey, give us the test, the value of test is true. Okay, and let's change that to, for example, let's change that to this one. Let's say 10 is smaller than 7. Well, this statement is false. 10 is never smaller than false. So that's why when if I hit enter and say show me the test and show me the test, it says test is false. So this is it. The Boolean value shows for a statement, and the different statement could be true or false. Okay, that's it. And also, rather than bigger than smaller, they're also, for example, equal or small. For example, if we say evaluate, for example, let's don't put that inside a variable. Let's say 2 bigger than 2. Well, 2 bigger than 2 is false. Okay, if we say 2 bigger or equal than 2, so it's true, bigger or equal. Or if we say 2 is smaller or equal than 2, this is 2. But if we say 2 smaller than 2, it says false. So we have different operators: bigger, smaller, bigger, equal, smaller, equal, and things like that. So this is something to have that in mind. So the thing that I'm going to do is here say if the number was bigger than 35, and do something, and if not, something else. So the if statement actually returns accepts, this is if statement. If I write down if here, as you can see, the if is being shown with a color of orange, which shows that this is the specific JavaScript word, like that const, like things that we had. So I'm going to say if, so this is not a function, so it looks like a function, yes, because it has parentheses, but since if is a specific word JavaScript, this is an if, this is called if statement, not a function. So have that one, but it kind of looks like a function in terms of syntax. Okay, so have that in mind. So if, so inside if statement, if we provide a boolean true, the statement inside that will be executed. But if we have a false something, let's have a test function to understand that function, for example, test. Okay, the test, and we say if, for example, let's write down the true for now. The true, we hard code the true itself. We say console.log yes, and we have an else statement. Else statement is the other ways. Console.log no. Okay, let's see. So let's call the test function. Come back here, hit refresh, and call the test function. Sorry, here. Call the test function. As you can see, we see the yes inside that. But we hard coded true inside that. That's why the text editor knows that this code will never be executed. So that's why it's showing it with a low opacity. It shows that this code will never be executed because this statement is always true, and this yes is will be always entered. For example, we can say if, for example, let's have an argument as a number for this one. Number as an argument. It accepts a number as an argument. We say if number is bigger than 10, say yes, but otherwise say no. Okay, so now let's come back, hit refresh, and say test, and we need to provide an argument. For example, we say 12. Well, 12 is bigger than 10, so that's why we say yes. But if you say 2, it says no. So that's why we have an error. And you might wonder, what if we do not provide any argument for that? Well, in that case, it considers the argument as null. It means null, it means zero. Null means nothing. And when null is converted to a number, it considers as 0. So 0, it means false, or things like that. So if we do not provide any argument, it thinks that the number is null, and null is considered as 0. So 0 is not bigger than 10. So that's why, sorry. Yeah, that's why we say no. 0 is not bigger than 10. That's why we saw no. So that happens. But we can have default values for that. For example, if you say the default value is, for example, 1, for example, we say the default value is 1. So it means if user did not provide any argument, use 1. So this is something. It's just one. I want you to know more stuff. Add to your JavaScript knowledge. So now that we know how if a statement works, so let's use this here inside our go to question. We say if this number that you provided was bigger than or equal to 35, the 35 is okay, because 35 is what is bigger than smaller than or equal to 35. It's okay. You can go ahead and run this statement. So that's what happens when if we provide otherwise just say alert wrong input number. It's just it. So let's come back here, hit refresh, and we say go to question. Okay, go to question. Let's bring that down so we can see. Go to question number 5. So what happens? We go to question number 5. But if we say go to question number 35 and it's still go to question. Did I refresh the page? Go to question. I say go to next question, so that's why it doesn't work. Go to question. So go to question, okay, number 5. It goes to question number, sorry, I have a typo. It goes to question number 5, so this is not question number 5. And also this is 35, it goes to 35. And if I say, for example, 36, and sure enough, it says wrong input number, we have an error. So, okay, but what if we say go to question 0? Go to question 0 or -1, things like that. It should also stop us because we do not have a q0.png. So we can add another statement to this. We should say if number was smaller or equal to 35, and the number is bigger than 0. How can we have and in this? So we need to have two statements, more than two statements. Sometimes we should say or. We have two things. One is or, one is and in the logic section. So we can say if number is bigger than 0, and so we need to have two of them, not one. This means and. If number is bigger than 0 and number is smaller than 35, so this is okay. Otherwise, say wrong input. So now come back here, hit refresh. So go to question number 3, it works. But for the 0, it doesn't work. It says wrong input. And also for the 36, it doesn't work. Okay. We can write down this thing in a different way. For example, if we want to use or statement. For example, let's use or statement for this one. If we want to use or statement, so let's comment this one for now, temporary, and add another if, because I want you to learn or as well, see how or works. There's another way. We should say if number that we have, let's comment all of that, not only one that. So sorry, let's hit Control Z. Let's comment all of that because we need to change something. Okay, so we can say if the number that we have is bigger than 35, or the number that we have is smaller than 1. So this case we have an error. The number because this is an or. If the number is bigger than 35 or the number is smaller than 1, which could be 0, things like that, in this case, say alert wrong number. Else, do the whatever that you need to do. Okay? And let's uncomment this one, and this is it. So these two codes do the same thing. One is written with and, the other one is written with or. So that's why I wanted you to learn all of them. So these two both are exactly the same. You can say go to next question, 36. It says wrong input number. And also we can actually say, we can use top arrow and bottom arrow in order to switch between last codes that we executed. And we say go to question 0. Of course, it says wrong input. And we can, for the last time, check something else and say go to question number 4, and it actually works. So this is it. Now that we have the logic, and I'm going to leave this one here for you, for your knowledge, so that you can see, in order, because you can have access to these codes, and I will from the GitHub you can download them and have the codes. So I am going to leave this here for you to know that there's actually another way for writing that, and this is okay. So this is it. So far we have we have a good progress so far. We have now much more knowledge in JavaScript, so we now much more. The last things that remain, there are some other things that remain. First of all, we need to change all of these answer images as well. The second thing that we need to do is to actually make these 1 or 2 and things like that, make them dynamic. Okay, in order to make them dynamic, there are some tricks that we need to use, and also we need to store the user's answer in the system, and also we need to do something that when user clicks on the C, for example, or A or F, it stores the user's answer in database and go to the next question. So there are different ways for going to the next question, but for now only this next question and previous question only work one time. Okay, so this is it. This is enough for this section. So let's continue our our work in the next section that we have. Okay, in this section I am going to concentrate on answers, and in this section we are going to both use CSS and JavaScript. For example, for now the main image is being updated, yes, but the answers are not being updated, and also I want to do something that when user clicks on an answer, we go to the next question and things like that. But before that, let's quickly make this thing dynamic. By dynamic, I mean because it's really bothering me. For now, we can only navigate between first question and second question because we are hard coding these 1 and 2, and we are not dynamically determining this 1 and 2. So we need to do something. We need to have to keep track of the current question. We need to know what is the current question that is being displayed, and update that value and make decisions based on that. For example, I can actually come here and this section class main area that we have, I can actually go ahead and give it a custom attribute. And what is custom attribute? I mean, for example, this class attribute is something that is built in HTML, and it's something that is or rel attribute or href attribute or src attribute. These attributes are introduced by HTML and they are built in with HTML itself. But I am going to create a new attribute which is not in HTML attributes by default, and it's my own custom attribute, and I'm going to call that current question. But there's something that you need to have in mind. When you are creating your own attributes, it's better to start with the word data, because this data actually helps other developers in order to find out, hey, this actually that works with data, starts with data. This is an attribute that is going to be used in our JavaScript section, and it is a custom attribute. So it makes our code easier to read. So, and it's very better. So the custom attributes, they all should start with the word data. And this is not something that not only me, but every developer do. So I'm going to go ahead and say data current question. So when the page is loaded at the start of the program, the current question is actually 1, right? When the page is being loaded. And I am going to check this value here, okay, and say if it was 1, so the next question is 2, and we do not have any previous question. But if it was 2, the next question is 3, the previous question is 1, and every time that I'm changing the pictures, also update this value as well. So that's With this way, I keep track of the current question and I can have these numbers dynamic here. So in order to do that, I am going to assign an ID to this one, okay? And we can actually go ahead and assign an ID to this and select that this way, or we can actually use something called query selector. For example, when we are going to next question or prev question every time that we need to do that, the first thing that we need to do, for example, let's first fix next question and then we will come back fix the prev question as well. So when we are going to go to next question, this two, we should find that dynamically. For example, I can say const, const, and I call it main area. Const main area equals to document dot query selector. Okay. What is this query selector that we have? Okay, we said there are multiple ways for selecting elements in JavaScript. One was get element by ID, get elements by class name, and things like that. So if I use document.getElements by class name, well, of course, it returns an array and we can select the first element of that array. Okay, but with document.query selector, we can actually select elements the way that we select elements in CSS. For example, in CSS, this is the way that we select something that has a class of main area. We say dot main area or things like that. So exactly just the way that we select in CSS. So I can say dot main area. Okay, and if I console.log this main area, okay, console.log this main area, and let's comment this one for now. You might think that, okay, this document.query selector, this is going to return an array or HTML collection, because sure enough, there are more than one element that could have the main area. And this is something that you may think. But if we come back here and hit refresh and see the result, we can see that actually this is not an array and this is actually a DOM object here, and it's not a HTML collection or a list. The reason is, as you can see, we have two things. One is query selector and the other one is query selector all. Query selector goes and finds the first thing that matches the description. So if we have more than one element with the class of main area, it goes ahead and selects the first one. For example, if we say dot query selector, for example, nav btn, it goes ahead and selects the first one. It always selects the first one. But if you want to select them all, that's where we use query selector all, which it always returns an array, whether if it's only one or two or three, it returns always an array. If it was only one, then we have an array with a length of one. So this is the difference between query selector and query selector all. So I'm going to continue with document.querySelector.main area, since I know that in my code, this is the only thing that has the class of main area and I'm not going to face any problem. If for any reason I find myself in a situation that I need to use this main area for more than one thing, then I can come back and change my code, maybe use ID or things like that. But for now, I'm pretty sure that I am going to continue with this main area, and this section is the only thing that has that class. So this is the code that I'm going to continue with. So now that this main area is a DOM object, we can actually go ahead and work with this just like the other things that we had, other DOM elements that we had. We can call add event listener for them, get attribute, set attribute, and things like that. We saw a method, and that was called get attribute, which get attribute gave us the value of something. For example, if I console.log, so let's create a new const here, const, and I call it current question. And this current question equals to this main area dot get attribute. And we saw what does get attribute do. Get attribute was a method that receives something as an argument. And let's something that I just saw, this change all these single quotes to double quotes, because I want to use double quote everywhere. Now this is my decision. So my code, it looks more pretty now. So okay, and come back to this. Get attribute, and what attribute I'm going to select? Data current question. So go ahead and select get this the value of this attribute, and I want to see what this is. So console.log this one, and come back here and hit refresh. So okay, come back here. And when I said next question, you can see that it's giving me 1. And 1 is actually the value that we have here, the current question here. So we are going to keep track of this current question with this thing that we have. So if I ask what is the next question, if I say const next question, well, the const next question is the current question plus 1, right? But remember, this plus operator does two things. One of them is concatenation that we just saw. For example, that Ali with Saifi and things like that. One thing that it does is concatenation. For example, I can say concatenate Ali, okay, plus character space, plus character, for example, the string Saifi, and this gives us Ali Saifi. So it's concatenate two things. Or I can say 5 plus 10. What it gives me is 15. So if there are two numbers, so this plus operators behaves differently based on what type of variable it's on left or right. For example, when it's between two numbers, it adds two numbers. When it's between two strings, it adds two strings. But my question is, what if we have a string, for example, Ali plus 15? What happens is this now, in this case, the number will be converted to a string and we will have Ali 15, and this is sure enough for a fact this is the way it works. So my question is, what happens if we say 5 plus a string 2? What happens is we no longer see 7, we will see 52, and that's why when I come here and console.log next question, what we see is 11. And the reason that we see 11 is that the get attribute returns a string. Whatever it don't care if it's 1 or if it's some text, because it can be anything. It doesn't necessarily need to be 1 or 2, 3. It could be any text, or it could be anything. So that's why by default this get attribute returns a string. Okay, so this current question is a string. Okay, the string 1 plus number 1 is this plus now acts as concatenation, and that's why we see 11. So in order to fix this problem, we need to convert this string to number. So, and also let's comment this temporary. If I console.log let's console.log this current question that we have. If I console.log this current question, you can see that the color is black, okay? But if I say 1 alone, you can see that the color is blue. So this blue means this is number, not a string. And also if I come back here and this one, console.log, this one, and this one is now is black. So the black means it's a string, blue means it's the dark blue means it's a number. So this is different. These two are different actually. So there's a function called number with n, with the n with big M and capital N, and this n actually accepts a numeric value and converts that to an integer. So now if we hit refresh and say next question, we can see now the color is changed from black to blue, which means this is the number. So this is the way that we can convert a string to a number. But I said the value has to be numeric. If we pass in a non-numeric values like that, then what happens? So then in this case, of course, it returns nan, which means not a number. And nan is not a number, and actually is something that has a meaning in Java. It says nan. It's not a number. So that's why it's something that's similar to null or undefined, something similar to that. So okay, Now that we have this, so I can cut this and say number of this. So now that we made sure that this thing that we have here is going to be a number, and then the next the next question that we have is no longer going to be 11, but it's going to be 2, because this is number and this is number, and now this no longer acts like a concatenator, and it acts like the next question. Sorry, so the next question is now 2. If we hit inspect and next, and now the next question is 2. Okay, so we can now say go to next question and pass in the next question, and now the value of the next question is passed in dynamically. It's not hard coded like that. It's dynamic now. So that's why it's dynamic. But the problem is, yes, it's dynamic, but we never update the value of this thing here, this attribute here. This attribute, although we went to question number 2, but we did not update this one here. So it always remains 1. It always thinks that we are on the current question is 1. So we need to update this as well. So we have this main area here, right? So we can actually go ahead and set after we go to the next question, we can say main area dot set attributes. We saw that we had 2 things. One was get attribute, and we saw what get attribute does. And there's another thing called set attribute. First it asks which attribute are you going to change. I'm saying I'm going to change data current question, and it says or what are you going to change it to. I'm going to change it to, for example, 2, or sorry, the next question that we have. So now we are always updating this value. So come back here, hit refresh. So hit inspect elements. So now I am going to, so for now, look, we can see that this is here is image q1.png, and data current question is 1. If we go to the next element, you can see that the value is now updated to 2, and this is now q2.png. And now we can go to the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this is how it works. So we need to apply the same thing for the prev question as well. So you might think that, so I said whenever we are going to repeat our code, there's something wrong. So because for the go to prev question, we also need to get the main area. This is something that we need. We also need to get the current question number. That's something that we also need. And then we get, so I'm going to cut these 2, okay, and create a new function called here a function, and call the function get current question number. So as you can see, the get current question number, it's this, it's a function, and it gets the current question, and now we can actually return this value, return current question. So as you can see, the return is showed with this color, and so far the functions that we created did not return anything. For example, this function does not return anything, this function does not return anything, or also this function does not return anything. So when a function doesn't return anything, there's no need to catch the value of that. But in this case, we have a function that returns a value. For example, we can go inside this section, go to the next question, and call this function, okay? And let's temporarily comment these things out, and we're going to uncomment them, and cache that inside a variable. I'm going to say const current question. So I say const current question equals to whatever that this function returns. So, and this function doesn't accept any arguments, and this is something that whatever it returns, it will go inside this const that we have. So I can say log current question and come back here, hit refresh. We can see now, sure enough, we see 1, which is true. Okay, so this is it. And we can make it better. For example, in order to have that, we can put that here and put the number here. This exactly the same thing. Rather than calling the number function on this, I'm calling the number function on this. Okay, there's no difference. It's just I think this way my code is more readable, so that's why I do this. So it's just something, not, you don't need to do that 100, but I think it's just better. So that's why I did that. So we have the current question, okay, and we have the next question, and we know for a fact that this is a number because we are calling the number function on it, and we are calling the go-to question, and we are passing the number for that. But there's a problem. We no longer have access to that main area variable, because this main area variable is declared inside the that function, and in this function we no longer have access to that. So that's why if we come here, hit F12 and go to the next question, you see an error. It says main area is not defined. So since we declared this the area in another function, there's something called a scope, and this main area is only available in this scope. So that's why we no longer have access to that. And I think it's a good thing to have that as a separate function, because we need to set the attribute of set this attribute in multiple places. So we have a get current question number, and we can actually create another function called set current question number. Okay, it accepts a number, okay, as an argument. Okay, it says if we need to set the current question to a number, you need to tell that what number it is. So rather than this, I am going to say set current question number, and the thing that I'm going to pass to it is the next question here. So let's clean this. No, not clean this. Let's cut this one here. Cut this. Okay. Paste it here, and still we do not have access to this main area because the scope is different, but we can actually do this one. And you may think that the code is repeated here. Yes, but this is the only option that we have. At least now this is much better, because now we can actually call these functions, and we can actually call this function inside the go to next question, because whenever that we are going to a question, we actually need to update the value of that. So we can actually cut this piece of code, this set current question that we have, and go to question, and inside go to question, and call that here. After that we updated the value of that, we need to change that to, and now here the value is number, not next question, the name that we are using for the variable. So I'm going to use number for this one. So set current question to this number. And so the first thing that it does, so we can, that's where we can use actually comments. For example, here we can actually explain our code with comments. Here we can say update main img. Okay, and here we can set comment update data current question attribute. This is something that it does. We are explaining what this piece of code does and what this piece of code does. Okay, so now that we have a function for that, we can actually come here and say const current question. For this one as well, we call the function and we get the value. Okay, and again, this is not repeating code. It's just we need to do the similar thing. It's if we copy all of the code inside that function and duplicate that inside both of them, then that's repeating code. This is not repeating code. Okay, so this is current question, and prev question would be, so create a const called prev question. And prev question is actually current question -1. Okay, so, and rather than we say now go to question, and the number that we are providing is, so this is go to next question, and this is go to prev question, and this is the way that it's working. So let's hit save, come back here, hit refresh, and we can say next question, next question, next question. Oh, there's something wrong maybe. So hit F12, and we see we want to find the bug. Next question is not defined. So come back here, current question, next question here. In which line, let's say script, it says here in the set current question number here. In the set current question, oh, it accepts a number as an argument. So here we should use number for this one because the name of that variable in this scope is number. In the other scopes, maybe something different. So each variable could have different names in different scopes. So come back here, hit refresh again, and next question, next question, next question, next question, next question. Yes, prev, and it says wrong input numbers because we are on question number 1. We cannot go to question number 0. So this is something that we can come back in future and fix. For example, make this button disabled or change the color or things like that so that user can know that there is no prev question. Okay, this is something that we can come back and make better for sure. So now that this thing is dynamic, we are sure that this number that we have is dynamic. Let's do something here. Let's use CSS in order to make, because if we want to make these things clickable, user should realize that this thing is clickable, because when now the mouse is moving over these elements, the user doesn't feel that these things are clickable. So we can come back here, and also I can remember that we give a navbtn class to these buttons here. So inside our CSS, rather than using this selector here, nav area, and things like that, we can actually say dot nav area dot navbtn, the navbtn that is a child of this nav area. So this is it, the navbtn that is a child of this nav area. Okay, and I did not use this character here because if I use this means the navbtn that is exactly directly inside nav area, which my navbtn is not directly inside nav area. It's directly inside nav, and nav is inside this nav area. This just is about CSS selectors that I'm going to mention. But if we use a space, it means go ahead, the navbtn that is can be direct children, or it could be children of children, or it could be children of children of children of children. It's something, it's inside that. So the navbtn that is inside this nav area, so that's the way that we can actually select these things. Okay, so, and also for these images that we have here, I am going to assign a class to these things. So I'm going to give it a class, okay, of answer img. Okay, so now that they have an answer img class, I can go ahead and select them and say the answer img that is inside answer. You may think that why am I writing this? I can remove this. Yes, for sure I can remove this, but I also can have this. It's just something we can never say which one is correct and which one is wrong. We can never say. It's just whichever you like. If you like to write answer in img just like that alone, go ahead and do that. But I like to write it this way. Just something that I like. Okay, so go ahead and select the answer img that is inside nav area. The first thing that you need to do, we need to change the cursor to pointer, because anything that is clickable, the cursor is pointer, must be pointer. But there's something wrong maybe, because this is answer img. Oh, the answer img is not inside nav area. Sorry, it's inside main area. So this is it. So let's come back here. So if it's inside main area, so let's have that here at the top of that. That's one of the reasons that I'm using that. This is anything that about main area and its children is nav area and its children. So that's why I'm writing that. I think it's better. It looks better. So if we come back here, hit refresh, we can see now the cursor is changed. Okay, and also every nav img needs to have a border of 2 pixels solid primary color, the primary color that we have. Okay, come back here, hit refresh, we can see every one of them has a 2 pixel, but 2 pixel is just a little. Let's use 4 pixel. 4 pixel is much better, and all of them are going to have a margin of, for example, half a rem. For example, half a rem is 8 pixels. And as you can see that the picture that we have has a slight problem. All of the images have more space at the right of it than the left of it. So we can either go ahead and change every picture with Paint or Photoshop, which a lot, or we can actually use CSS in order to fix that. As you can see, at the top there is no space, at the left a little, bottom a little, but right a lot. So we can actually fix this with padding. For example, we can give it a background color of, for example, white, because the background color is actually white, and give it a little bit of padding. For example, we can change the padding, padding from top, for example, from top 10 pixel, from right 0, from bottom, for example, 5 pixel, from left 15 pixel. These numbers are temporary. I come back and change it to a better number, so you can see that it's a little better. From the right there is no, but from the left is 15. I think from the left and right is equal. From top, let's increase from top 8 pixels, decrease 8 pixels. I think it's better. And top, right, bottom, actually 8 pixel. And top 10 pixel. And I think it's better. The reason that we are using a strange padding is because the image itself is strange, so that's the reason. So this is A, B, C, D, E, F, and the padding, I think it's okay now. From top 10 pixel, right 0, bottom 8 pixel, and the left 15 pixels. So this is it. And also we need to give it a hover effect. For example, when user hovers it, user must realize that this element is hovered, and we should make a change to that. So we can say whenever this image is hovered, we can actually make it a little bigger. So we can say transform scale 1.120, make it 1.125 times bigger when it's hovered. As you can see now, it makes it bigger. And of course, we can actually go ahead and use transition in order to make it look smooth and nicer. And we don't want this change to happen instantly. I want this transform change happen in 0.3 seconds. So now you can see that it looks a bit smoother. So we can actually come back here and change that to 25 rather than 30, or now it's better 25. Okay, so this is it. Now when user hovers things, it can realize that it has hovered these images. And also there's something that remains. We are going to next question and previous questions and things like that. We need to update the answer images as well. So we can come back here inside the images that we have, and also so this is where we need to use so let's come back here. So after we update the main IMG that we have, and then we update the current question attribute, then we need to update answer images, right? So in order to change these answer images, if I say they all have a class. If I say for example const, let's create a new const and call that answer images. If I say document dot query selector and say, for example, answer img, sorry, that's not a dot, it says go ahead and select the answer img class, but we said query selector selects only the first thing that it finds, so it only selects this one. But I want to select all of them, so that's where I use query selector all. So that's the difference between query selector and query selector all. So now if I console.log this answer images, we can see that it is an array or HTML collection for that matter. So let's see that, and you can see this is an array, and inside that array we can see that there are 6 items, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and things like that. So I am going to loop through all of them and change the values. So I can say actually, so do you remember how could we access to the items inside an array? We can actually go ahead and say answer images 0 not the answer image number 0, which is this one. This is answer img number 1 and number 2. So go ahead and select the answer img number 0, and I'm going to I want you to change the attribute. So we can use set attribute. So which attribute are you going to change? I'm going to change the src attribute. And what are you going to change it to? I am going to change it, for example, to this thing, imgq1.png. It was. I'm going to change that imgq2.png or q3.png and q4.png. We have that number inside this number variable. We made that number variable dynamic, right? So I can go ahead and break this thing to pieces just like what we had here. But I told you that there's an easier way, there's a better way for that. In ECMAScript, a new syntax came, and the new syntax was something like this. For example, rather than using double quote, we can use something called backtick. The backtick is at the top right of the keyboards and usually at the bottom of the escape. And here we can say actually img q, and now if I write number, it's the text number, not the variable number. But if I write $, these brackets, now this number is the variable number, not the text number. For example, q number, it could be 1, 2, 3, qn dot png. So these two lines here, so 45 and 45, these two lines, they both exactly do the same. And the reason that I like this one more is I think it's more convenient, it's more readable, it's easier to write, because right now if I want to change that 1 to number, if I want to use concatenation is a bit I don't like it. I think using this way is much easier and much better to read. So you are using double quote everywhere, but whenever that we have a variable inside our string, we are using this backtick. So this is it. If we had a variable inside our string, we use backtick, but if we did not have a variable inside our string, we will use double quotes, just like these things. So here I can say cut this thing here, and rather than writing that inside double quote, I'm going to write that inside backtick. But rather than q1a, I'm going to write q number a dot png. So it could be q1.png or q2a.png, q3a.png, and things like that. So come back here, hit refresh. We can see now only the first image is now being updated. We can go ahead and repeat the process for all of them. One for the second one, for the third one, and things like that. Or there's a better way. We can actually use loops. That's why the loops are created, in order, because now this is 6 items. Well, in this case, we might be able to write 6 lines of code and do the job. But what if it was 1,000, 500, or 200? Then are we going to write them all? So that's why there's something called loops. And it would be great if we had something that generates 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and whatever that we want. So if in order to generate these numbers from 0 to 6, I can come ahead and use for loop. Okay, for loop looks something like that. As you can see, it's like if that we had when we use if statement. The color was this orange thing, which meant it was something specific to JavaScript, and also this for. So we can say for var I equals to 0. It has 3 sections, and we need to use semicolons inside that. I equals to 0. So we are going to create a loop, and inside the loop we need to have for each time the value of I should be something. If I write this here, for example, let's see what it does. Sorry, I plus plus. What it does, it creates an I variable that anything that we write inside this section will be repeated 6 times now. And each time the value of I is different. For the first time, the value of I is 0. The second time, the value of I is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it goes, and so the first part is the initializing. It says that which number are you going to initiate I with? I'm going to initiate the value of I with 0. And the second question it asks, it says, when are you going to finish this loop? I say go continue and finish the loop when you reach 6. So and this the third part is the way that we are incrementing our I. This means go ahead and increment the value of I by 1 unit. Okay, this I plus plus is the same as this one. I plus 1 means go ahead and increase the value of I with 1 value. This I plus 2 means go ahead and increase the value of I with 2. So things like that. So let's use I plus plus, and for test, let's say console.log. So let's do log console. So let's console.log here, copy that. I don't know why it's not working. And I say value of I is, and with comma, and I write down the I here. Okay, so let's comment these things out for now. Let's comment them out and hit refresh and hit F12. And when we go to the next question, you can see the code is executed 6 times. And each time the value of I is different. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and things like that. So, and I said the third part is the way that it's being incremented. So I plus 2, if I write I plus equals 2, what we have is that the code will now be executed only 3 times, and 1 time is 0, 1 time is 2, and 1 time is 4, because the way that we are increasing the value of it, every time we're increasing it to 2 values. And this actually it must be I plus 1, but since this I plus 1 is something that is used very commonly, there's a shortcut for that, and that's I plus plus. This I plus plus is a shortcut for I plus equals 2, so that's why we have that. So this is it. And now, rather than using 6, okay, I am going to use answer images dot length. Because do you remember the arrays? Because the answer images, let's use that rather than dot length, because the length of this thing is 6 items. So rather than using 6 hard-codedly, hard-coded 6, we can actually say the length of the images. So if we come back here, because the length of the images is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's, I think, better. You can see now everything is working just fine. The moment that it reaches 6, which is the length of the answer images, it exits the loop. Okay, now that we have the value of I every time, and every time is being changed, so now we can say answer images rather than using I, we can 0, we can use I. So 1 time is answer images 0, the next time is answer images 1, next time is answer images 2, 3, 4, 5, and when it reaches 6, it exits, and the 6 will never be executed. But for this one, is 1 or 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, and the 5 finishes. But for this thing here needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But for this thing here needs to be sorry, this number is going to be remain as a number. This A is going to be different. Sorry, one time it needs to be A, the other time it needs to B, the next time it needs to be C, and things like that. How can we fix that? That's a little now tricky. We can actually create an array for that. For example, const chars stands for characters, and we can create an array of A, B, C, D, E, and F. Okay, and now that we have these chars, if we say chars 0, it gives us A. If we say chars 1, it gives us B. If we say chars 2, it gives us C, and till 5. So rather than using A or B or C and things like that, I am going to use another variable, and that's chars I. The chars I, 1 time is A, this time B. So this is what happens. Answer images, and the number must be always that number, because you can see it's Q1A, Q1B, Q1C. The number is always that number. but that A, B, and C and D are going to be changed. So now come back here, hit refresh. We can see next question. Now it's being updated every time. So, and everything is great, and as everything is good to go. So this is it. So the only thing that we need to do is now is go to the next question when user clicks on something like this, right? So we can add an event listener for that one as well. The way that we can go to the next question, one way is by clicking on this next btn thing that we have. The other way is actually by this one. So say let's select these things, and there are two ways that we can write this down. So let's use both ways so that you can learn both of them. We can come here and say const answer images, okay? And let's see answer images. I want to see if this is wrong or not. No, because the scopes are different. Because I said that I'm using the same variable names for that, I thought it might give us an error because they both const. But we can actually change the, let's say answer IMGs. Let's use this one, IMGs, answer IMGs for that, this one, okay? And now that we have answer IMGs, we can actually create a for loop, okay, for this one. Again, say var I equals 0, I less than this answer IMGs dot length, and say I plus plus, and loop through all of these answer images dot I, and add an event listener for all of them. And the event listener that I'm going to add for all of them is that I'm going to say the events that you are going to is click, and whenever that user clicked on you, you are going to call a function, and that function is go to next question. So I am registering this go to next question for 7 elements. One element is this one, and 6 elements, or whatever, it could be 6, 7, 8, whatever elements that is, that for now we know 6. So we register this go to next question for all of them. So come back here, hit refresh. We can say now when we select something, it goes to the next question, but we may come back in future and change this as well, because when user clicks on this, we need to first save the answer of the user, which one did he collect. We need to save that value and then calculate the IQ at the end. Okay, that part will be for the next part of our video, but for now let's learn another way for writing this and finish this section. So this was one way. We saw that we could create document.query selector all for that, and this document.query selector all returns a HTML collection, as you can remember, right? Let's comment this thing down, comment this out, and console.log this thing that we have, document.query selector all, and let's once again see what this is. And as you can see, this is a node list or HTML collection thing. Again, this node list and HTML collection, they behave the same way. They both look like an array. As you can see, for when we used document.get elements by class name, it gives us a HTML collection, but this gives us a node list, which they are different names. They basically they behave just like each other. So now that we have a node list, we can actually call a method on this, and that method is for each. When we call the for each method, we need to pass in 2 arguments. Sorry, 1 argument. The argument that we are going to pass is an anonymous function. The anonymous function that we have. So, and the anonymous function that we have, this is its function, accepts has 2 arguments. One of them is the element, and the other one is index, or we can use I. And let's console.log both of them. Console.log, we have a console.log here. Element, we can say element is this is the elements. We can console.log the el, and we say index is, and we can say el index is, and the index is actually the I variable that we are using. We can use whatever name that we want, anything that we want, but it's better to use more convenient name. For example, el stands for element, and I stands for index. Okay, let's console.log these both and see each one what each one is. So let's hit refresh, and you can see the element. This is the element. We can see that the element is the DOM element, and the I is the number that we have. This 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can actually use this for each in order to have that. So in this case, okay, this thing is actually our el. This answer images I is actually our el here. So we have an el and we have an I here, actually the same thing. So here we can actually say the element that we have, which is a DOM object, add event listener. The event that we are going to register for you is click event, and whenever user clicks on you, you can go to next question. So this is it. I think this one is better rather than this compared to this thing that we have here. Document.query selector all .answer images. For each of them we have an element, and since we do not need I in this example here, in this case here, no longer, here we needed that I because we did not have anything element. This creates an element for us. So here we needed that I, but here we do not need that I. So we can actually go ahead and clean that if we do not want it. So, but if we needed that, we can, and if sure enough, we can add that. Okay, so let's comment this thing out so you can have that in your code, in your GitHub, and you can know that there are two ways in order to add that event listener, and I like this one a bit more. So let's come back here, hit refresh. We can see that now we can actually go to different questions, and this is it. We can use previous, next, previous, and go to the. So the difference between these two, then when user clicks on the next question, it can actually leave a question empty or leave a question blank and do not answer it. But when it clicks on something, it should save the answer and then go to the next question. So this is something that we are going to do in the next session, next part of the video. So this is why I said when you are trying to create an application or develop something, break that application or thing and whatever it is into different fragments or different steps. So that's why that becomes easier for you to write that. So this is it for this, and in the next part of the video we are going to do this thing. Okay, now we need to take another step, and we are getting to the end and we are getting closer and closer. So now we need to store the answer of the user somewhere. For example, user clicked on this or this or this. We need to store the answer of the user. So before we go on, we need to add something to these images. For example, we need to add a value or a data attribute or something that tells us a character, for example, A, B, C, D, E, or F. Which one did that person clicked? Of course, we can extract that A, B, C, D, E, F from the src image, but it's better to have that inside another attribute, and you will see why. So I highlight something here and hit Control D, Control D, Control D to highlight the next one, and I'm going to add something called data char. And data char is something here. I can copy that from here. I can go right, hold the shift key and press right, so this thing is highlighted, and hit Control C and come here and paste it here. So now all of them have a data char, and from that data char we can find out which one this which one user clicked. Okay. So for this one, we had two methods. One was go to next question. When user is clicking on the next btn, we need to directly go to the next question without storing the answer of the user. But when user is clicking on the answer images, we need to store the answer before we do that. So I'm going to create a new method, new function, and call that save answer. Okay, a save answer is going to be a function, and I'm going to add that function, for example, here before everything else here. So we can add that function wherever we like. I like to add this here. So the answer is the function that we created was save what the save answer. Okay, so the function is save answer. Okay, and in here we need to register do the things that we want, but we have a slight problem here now. When this save answer is called, how can we know which one that person clicked on? For example, I can console.log you arrived here. If I see this console.log, it means that I have arrived here and I'm seeing this message. And after here that I provide some logic to store the user's answer, then I can go to the next question and call the go to next question function after that. So here I will provide some logic before going to next question. I need to write something to store the user's answer. But I said and there's a slight problem, and the slight problem is that how can we know which one did user click on? For example, when I click on the B, it says you arrived here and we went to the next question. When we click on D, and how can we which one did user click? This is a problem here. So, and if you take a look at here, when the event is being registered for each one, and it says go ahead and call the save answer, there's a specific word in JavaScript, just like this const, just like this return and things like that, and that's called this. And let's take a look at this as what this is a specific thing that you cannot name your variables like that. For these specific words like function, like this, which are purple and orange, there are something that have in mind. You cannot use these names for your variable name because they conflict with JavaScript. Okay, so this is actually some sort of advanced concept in JavaScript, and it's very hard to sometimes to know what does this refer to. But in this example, it's very easy. This here refers to the element that user clicked on. For example, let's comment this go to next question temporary. So, and come back here, hit refresh. When I click on this one, you can see that it says you arrived here, and this actually refers to the DOM element that user clicked on. If I click on D, it says you arrived here, and this refers to the DOM element. So this is actually referring to the DOM element that clicked on this. So here is actually easy to understand what does this refer to. But sometimes it becomes tricky to find out what does this in some other contexts. What does this do actually? Here is easy. So now we have that this. So actually this refers to the element, to this element that user clicked on. So now that we know this is actually a DOM element in this case, in other cases might be something different, we can actually go ahead and call and get attributes data char. So this way we know which one did user click on. So I can say get attribute because it's a DOM element. Of course, we can call get attribute on any DOM element that we want. And which attribute are we going to take? Well, the attribute is data char. So I'm going to get the data char, and I'm calling that to a const. I'm saving that to a const answer equals to get attribute data char. Of course, and that's why I gave a data char to this. Sure enough, I could get the src attributes and somehow extract that A or B or C from that src attribute, and that's completely fine, but that takes a lot of work. We first need to extract get the attribute and then write some logics to find that character, which is we can say go ahead and get the character that is directly before .png, and that would be our character. So that would be a lot of work to extract that attribute. But here, you do not need to do a lot of work to extract that attribute. It's just simple enough, and this is it, A, B, C, D, E, F, things like that. So now that we have the answer, we need to save the answer to somewhere. So, for example, for that, so this is answer, so user is now answering to what question? What question number? Is he answering to question number 1? Is he answering to question number 2? Is he answering, what number question is he answering to? So that's why we need to know the current question number. So that's why I said it's a good idea to have that get current question number in a separate function, so that we can call that function wherever that we want. So there was something called get current question number. This is set current question number, and that was get current question number. So I'm going to call that get current question number here. So save answer. So I'm going to say, let's just copy this one here, and now we have access to this thing. And again, this is not repeating code, because this is just, we need the return value of that function that we have. Okay, sorry, here, get current question, sorry, this is true, get current question number, this is okay, and it is not repeating our code. So now we have the current question number and the answer, and we know for a fact that for example, for question number 1, user answered F. For question number 2, user answered D. So we can actually, so there are 2 ways, one awful way, one reasonable way. Well, the awful way is to say, for example, answer, for example, say const answer to question 1 is, for example, something, and say const answer to question 2 is something else, 3 is something else. So, and we go ahead and define 35 different variables or consts for this answer. So for sure, this is an awful way to write it, right? So it's better to have only one variable and store all the answers in that one particular variable. For this case, I'm going to use standard object. And what do I mean by standard object? Well, in JavaScript, everything is an object, right? Because we can call that dot something on everything in JavaScript, and everything is considered as an object, whether it's an array, whether it's a string, anything. For this case, we can also use array, but array is not that good, for example, because the array looks like a standard object, but you cannot modify the indexes. In array, the indexes are always 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The indexes are always the same, from 0 to whatever that is. But standard object looks like an array, and the difference is you can customize the keys of that, and the keys no longer have to be 0, 1, 2, 3. They can be anything. For example, let's come here and say, for example, var test equals to this bracket. This means that test is a standard object, and a standard object just looks like an array, but the difference is that you can customize the keys for yourself. For example, you can say test, for example, test name, okay, equals to, for example, Ali. Easy. So this is it. The test Ali is test. The name is Ali. But if we had an array, for example, let's say var r equals to this. This means r is an array. This means test is a standard object. For this case, we can no longer say r name, because of course r is not a object. We could say r0 is something, for example, equals to 7, yes, we can. Because in array, indexes are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or so you can say. And if we take a look at R now, you can say it's an array that has a 7 inside that. And if we take a look at our test, you can see this is this is a standard object, and it says it has a key name, and so the object, the standard object, it just looks like an array. With the difference is you can customize the keys. Well, in that case, you cannot customize the keys because keys are always 0, 7. And you might think, okay, we said R is 0, which means the item number 0 of that array is 7. What if I skip 1, skip 2, and skip 3 and say array 4 equals to, for example, 12? Well, in this case, JavaScript will fill that with empty item. Empty, it means you have 3 empty items inside between that, and then 12. It's because I told you in arrays always we have, so, and the size of the array is now 5. This is element number 0 is 7, element number 1, 2, 3 are empty, and element number 4 is 12, and the length of that is 5. So that's what happens. But that it doesn't happen with objects, because you can say, and also there's 2 ways to get objects. You can say, for example, test name equals to, for example, something, and also you can say, for example, test dot name, and this is another way to do that. For example, we are going to change the test dot name was Ali before, but we can now change that, for example, to Ali Saifi, and now we can take a look at test and says this is the name, and I can say test dot, for example, website equals to, for example, your dailycodes.com. So this is I have a typo. Okay, let's forget that typo, but you get the point. The test is something. So that's why I'm going to use object, because if I use object, I can say, for example, imagine that answers. So let's say const answers equals to an empty object. Okay, and now I can say answers 1, the answer the 1 equals, so the first the answer number 1 that user answered was A. Okay, and I can say that he skipped, sorry, answers, not answer. Okay, now, and I can say answers number 2 for this second question, user answered, for example, D. Okay, and for the third one, user skipped that, didn't answer anything, and leave that blank, and he went to number 4, and for the number 4 he said F. So now if I take a look at answers, it says that 1 is A, 2 is D, and 4 is F. But if we had used array for this example, let's say const answers equals to an empty array, okay, then we can say answers, for example, for the answer number 1, user said, for example, A, the same thing that we had, and say answers 2, user said D, and answer 4, user said F, the same thing that we had for the objects. Now if we take a look at the answers, we can see that the size of the item is 5, and the item number 0 is empty, and so this is not something that I want. I think this is much better if we use an object for that, a standard object. So come back here, I can say const all answers. So there's something called all answers, and we have that, and I can say all answers. So the answer, was it answer number 1, answer number 2, which one was it? We have that dynamically inside our current question. And what did he answer? Did he say A? Did he say B? Oh, well, we have that in our answer. So now this way we are storing and saving the user's answer. Now that we save the user's answer, we can say go to the next question. Okay? So, and this is it. But we have a slight problem now again. So, here I clicked on A, okay, for example, although the true answer is, let's take a look at it. Yes, true answer is A, actually. So I say A. Well, the answer of the user stored perfectly fine, yes, but how long do we have access to that? Do you remember that I said something about scope of the variables, and I need to add something to the lifetime of the variables. So when do you remember about the scope, the variables? For example, here, if the name of the variable is current question in this example, and I'm passing this or next question here, and I'm passing this next question to the go to question number. In go to question number, the name of the variable is now changed to number. So they have scope. And what about the lifetime? For example, when we define a variable, so it goes and save that value somewhere in the memory of that computer. And when does it delete that computer? How long does it take for the lifetime of the variable? Well, when the program is being executed, for example, when I click on this, for example, well, it goes and creates for example, save the answer. It goes ahead and creates an all answers variable. Okay, when I click on this, it stores the user answer on that and then goes to the next question. And when the function is executed and completed and finished, now then all the variables will die. And the problem is, computer will forget what was the value of all answers. So it goes and executes and the code is finished, but now he has forgotten what was the value of that all answers. In order to find out what do I mean by that, so let's have something here. For example, whenever that we are going to the next question, okay, whenever we are going to the next question, before that we are going to console.log all answers. Okay, and we are saying that all answers. This is what all answers looks like. Let's take a look at that inside save answer every time. So let's refresh the page. For now, for start, when we refresh the page, of course, all answers is empty and it's not defined yet. But when I click on A, it goes ahead and creates that variable, all answers, and it says the user for the first one said A and execute it. So now let's answer the second question. For the second question, we read, for example, B. And it says user said, for the question number 2, user said B. But it forgot what did he answer for the 1A, because the variable died. The lifetime of the variable is finished when the code is executed. So how can we do something that browser or JavaScript don't forget the previous answers? How can we do that? So there's something called window, and that's what we can use. We saw some global things that we could use. For example, we saw document was one of those global variables that came in with JavaScript, or console. Console and document was 2 variables that we used from scratch, and it was already defined by JavaScript. There's another thing called window. So rather, when I'm creating this const all answers and things like that, I'm going to store the user's answer in that window thing that we had. For example, we have a const all answers here, and after that we set the all answers in. Let's leave that here, and after everything is finished, I say window dot something, whatever that I want. But it's better to use the same thing that we have, all answers, right? Because it's more understandable. If I can use anything, so I'm going to use all answers equals to all answers. This means go ahead and that object that we had, take a look at that object that we had, do you remember? Go ahead and store that inside window dot all answers. Okay, and here it is. And also there's something else. If every time that we are running this code, so let's imagine every time that this code is being run, if we initiate that all answers with an empty object, okay, and save the user's answer, and then store that in all answers, so every time we are cleaning what was already inside the window.answers. So in order to understand what do I say, so the console.log window.allAnswers here, and we can see that still the problem hasn't been solved completely. All answers. So still, let's come back here. Although we are saving that in the window, the problem is still not solved. Because first of all, it says we have a typo. We are saying window, not window. Window. Okay? So come back here, hit refresh, and we now say, for example, for the first one, A. It says all answer for the one is A. And the second one, I say go B. And again, the problem is not solved because every time that we are saving the value of a window.allAnswer, we are initiating allAnswer with an empty object. We should say, for the first time, we should say if we have something in window.allAnswers, go ahead and use that value. But if we do not have, use an empty object. How can we do that? For example, let's try something here. If I say, give me the value of window.allAnswers, it gives me this one. It says 2 equals B, okay? And there's something about if statement. Let's also run something about if statement that we have. For example, if I say if, for example, hello, okay, for example, the value of x, var x equals y, okay, else the value of x equals to, for example, n, okay? So this is it. Well, before that, let's leave it here, and I'm come back on this. Before that, when we are using if statements, when we had a logic here, for example, we said if number is greater than 35 or number is smaller than 1, that was understandable to have a Boolean value because we can compare that, we can think about that text here and we can say either it's true or false. But what if this thing, if the string of hello, well, this is why I'm mentioning that everything in JavaScript or other language is considered true unless it's 0 or null or undefined or anything. So hello, a string of hello, is actually considered as true. So that's why the value of x is going to be y. So that's why if I say x, it says x is y. So if everything is considered as true except 0, null, empty, undefined, not a number, and things like that. And empty string also. Empty string also is considered as a empty object. So now the value of x is going to be no. So empty. So the fact is, if the value is present, then it could be interpreted as true, but if the value is not present, the value is interpreted as false. Also, there's a shortcut for this as well. For example, for this thing that we wrote here, we can also, there's something called ternary operators. We can say var x equals 2. We can say y n. This same thing, this line of code that you see here is exactly as same as this thing that here. This is just a shortcut. It says if this expression was true, you need to do the execute the first part here, and if it was false, you need to execute the second part. So here the value of x is going to be n because this is interpreted as false, so this is going to be executed. So now the x is n. So why am I telling you this stuff? Well, the reason that I'm telling you this stuff, take a look at this. When I say window dot all answers, all answers, it gives us a value. And if I put that inside a if statement, or that operator that we just saw, this new operator that we just saw, for example, say var n of x, okay, x equals to, and we say if the value of window dot all answers were present, then say yes, and if it was not present, then say no. Okay, and now if we take a look at x, of course x is y because everything is interpreted as true unless it's empty string, 0, false, or things like that. So now Okay, when the value is present, this is executed, and the value is not present, this is executed. So let's refresh the page, because if we refresh the page, the value of the window, everything was in the window now will be cleaned. So let's refresh. Now everything that was in the window is cleaned. If we say window dot all answers now, it gives us undefined. And I said everything undefined, null, not a number, false, empty string, they all interpreted as. So now if I say var x, it now this time we will see that the value of x is going to be n. So we come back here and we say x is n. So why am I doing that? So this is the reason that I told you all this stuff. Here, when we are saving the answer of the user, so come back here, save, let's search for the save. So I can see, if I always initiate that with an empty object, so it always going to be removed. So I can say, if we had window dot all answers, okay, go ahead and use that window all answers that we have. Otherwise, if we did not have any value, if it was undefined, then go ahead and use an empty object that we had. So now the problem is solved. So now if we come back here and hit refresh, we can say for the first one, user said A. For the second one, user said C. Now it remembers what already user answered. For the third one, and now we always have access to that unless we refresh the page. If we refresh the page, now the window is cleaned and now we need to go again. If we need to do something that to store the user answer even after refresh, we have access to that, then we need to use local storage. If we use local storage, the refresh will not delete those values even if user refreshes the page, even if user closes the page and come back and things like that. The local storage saves that permanently unless the user goes in the Chrome setting or browser setting and delete that manually. So if this is, but in this case I want to go ahead and use the window. But if you like, you can go ahead and use local storage, and local storage looks just like this window, and there's nothing different with that. We can actually use, rather than window, we can just say local storage. Local storage. Okay, let's come back here, hit refresh, F12. Now the answer, but there's a catch with local storage. In local storage, you can never store objects and things. In local storage, you can only store string. So we need, if we are going to use local storage, we need to convert this all answer to a string, and when we are going to use that, convert that back from a string to things using json.parse and JSON, and it's going to get complicated. So I can leave that for another example for now. I think this window is good enough to go for now. So now we have access to all the answers of the user, and now all we need to do is to create a new button here, and when user clicks on that button, we want to finish the finish everything and calculate user's IQ and say, hey user, this is your IQ. So that's enough for this section of the video, and in the next section we are going, now that we have access to the user's answer, we are going to calculate. So that's why I say break your application into different pieces and different parts, and complete each step and complete that step by step. So the next step, we are going to calculate user's IQ based on the answers that user just provided. Okay, now that we can store and save a user's answer, now it's time to calculate user's IQ and tell them that this is your IQ, and provide the user with a finish button as well, because it has next prev, and we need to create another button called, for example, finish the exam, things like that. But before we go on, there's something that I need to improve about my code. And this is something that correct answers, I have provided correct answers in another tab, and I'm going to copy that in my project. So it says the correct answer for answer number 1 is A, and you can see this is a normal object in JavaScript. So this is something that I'm going to use for sure. So And also in my scripts, so there's something that I'm going to improve. So do you remember for keep tracking of my current question, what did I do? I attach, I'm keeping track of that using this data current question number. And this is not a bad technique. It's just something I wanted to teach you and I wanted you to learn. And this is a good technique actually to store something in an attribute and update that. And this is a good technique. But now that we know about window, we can actually store that in window and say window current question window and get that from window. So I'm going to clean this thing here. So come back here, scripts, and inside my scripts, so every time that so good thing I put that inside a function here. So the function was get current question. We had a set current question and a get current question number. So every time that I'm using get current question number, so come back here, let's set Control F, and we are going to clean this get current question number method that we have, because we no longer need that, and we no longer need that set current question number method that we had. We are going to clean all those, and we are going to search for get current question number and change that everywhere that we are going to use. So it says get current question. So current question, how can we get that? We can say, go ahead, if we had window dot current question, okay, if window the current question was available and was something other than 0 or false or undefined or things like that, go ahead and use that value itself, okay? And otherwise use 1 if we did not have any current question, if it was not stored in Windows, so we are on the first question. So this is it, and every time get current question again, we are going to use this logic here for the get current question number again, and we are going to use this logic for get current question number again. So what do we do for the set current question number that we had? Well, set current question number was only used one word, so now we can say window dot current question equals to the number that we have. Okay, now it's better. Now we remove those two functions and it's much better. And also I'm going to show you something. For example, let's test this out. Let's see if it works fine. You can see now it completely works fine and everything is okay. And I'm going to show you something as well. For example, we can say, go ahead, say, we can have a variable called, for example, x, and this x equals to an empty let's use that something, some non-empty answer. So this x will be interpreted as true, for example, because it has something in it. If it was an empty string, then it would be interpreted as false. So I can say var, for example, another value, for example, y equals to, for example, we say if we had x, go ahead and use the x. Otherwise, go ahead and use, for example, hello. Something like that. So we are saying, hey, we need to have a value for y. If the x had a value, go ahead and use the value of x, but if did not have any value, go use the value of hello. So in this case, of course, we will have that strange looking thing for our x. If I say x, of course, x is that strange thing that we had. Also, we can write this piece of text another way. For example, we can say var y equals to x or hello. This is another way that we can say that. So var y equals x. If we had x, go ahead and use the x. Otherwise, if we did not have anything, go ahead and use hello for that. So in this case, we are going to say, let's see y. We can see y, that is a strange looking thing that we had. But if x was something, an empty string, in this case, if it was an empty string is interpreted as false. So in this case, we are saying, if we had a value for x, go ahead and use the x. But if we did not have any value for x, go ahead and use hello for the y. So in this case, y is going to be hello because the value of x is an empty string and empty string is false. So that's why if I say y, tell me y is hello. So the reason that I told you this is that I can rewrite this part like this. And rather than using it like this, let's use it like this. For example, we can say window.current. If we had window current, go ahead and use that. Otherwise, use 1. So this is better. If we had window correction, then this window correction. If we did not have, so these 2 lines of code are exactly the same. So I can go ahead and clean that. And also we had the same thing for the all answers that we had. Said window.allAnswer. If we had window.allAnswer, we use window.allAnswer. Otherwise, use an empty object. So we can rewrite this way as well. The reason that I told you I wanted to learn that ternary operator that as well, that question mark operator that we had. Okay, now you know more about JavaScript and more and more and more. So let's clean every console.log that we have. Clean that. We no longer need that console.log. And we now need to add a new button here inside our navigation area. So this is a navigation area. So okay, for the navigation area, we have a preview button and another button. And we are going to have another button here. Okay, another button here, and I'm going to say finish or finalize or things like that. And I'm going to use the type for this one, and I'm going to assign an ID to it so I can add an event for it, finalize or things like that, and I call it finish btn, and sure enough, if we come here and hit refresh, we can see that our finished btn is right there. So we need to use CSS in order to fix that. So the way that we can fix that, we can see this is our nav area, right? This is our nav area, and nav area has occupied 100% of the width, and this is the button, which is at the bottom of the row that we have. So if I go ahead and select this nav area and give it a display of flex, okay, now we can see that this section, this nav area and this button are alongside each other, and the section area is like that. So we can now control the extra space. That purple area that you see is the extra space in that nav area that we have. We can control that extra space with justify content. You can see if we put the justify content center, this is how it looks. If we set justify content on end, this is how it looks. This is flex end, flex start, normal, left, and things like that. So this is it for the justify content, and there are some other values. For example, space around. This is how space around means. It puts that extra space that we had, it puts it around the elements. So this is between, and this is evenly, and this is a start, and so I'm going to continue with space around. I think this is better. So I'm going to add these 2 values that we just added, this justify content and display flex, to the nav area that we have. So come back in style CSS, and inside our nav area dot nav area, and I'm going to use this display flex and justify content space around, and let's hit save, and this is our finished. So I'm going to add another style for this finish thing that we have. So this style that you see, I previously said I'm going to apply these styles, all of these styles for the nav btn that we have. But some of these styles, I want them to be applied for the button itself as well, except the background color and things like that. So some of these properties, I want to use some of these properties for the btn and some of them not. How can we do that? Let me show you something. So I can give it a class here. In CSS, it's better to use class rather than ID. So I'm going to use this finish btn for this one as well. So I can come here inside my CSS and say .nav area that we have, and there's something called finish btn here. Sorry, here there's something called finish btn. Go ahead and select that. Okay. And some of these values I want them. For example, let's copy all of these things that we have here. Okay, but the difference is I do not want the border color to be var primary thing that we had. One of them is this. I need to modify the border color for that. Border color for that. I want to change the border color to, for example, let's use red temporary. We will come back and use something other than red. And if you come back here, you see that the border color is red. And I'm going to use another thing for the background color. And the background color is going to be, we had some values here. Let's use, so for this one we had that, this one we had that in our palette, this one we had that in our palette. We do not have these two, and take a look at these two. Let's see how they look like. So in order to see what color they are, we need to put the pound sign behind that, so that our text editor or our IDE, and we are going to, for example, for now use something, and we will come back and change these values for sure. Okay. And now you can see that the values are different. So I don't want these colors here, because I was thinking what color to use for these finished BTN that we have here. And the conclusion is that I am going to, let's use this one, for example, this var y temporary as the background color. So background color, let's use the var y and see how different is it with the okay, this is it. This is the finish. And let's use the var y for the border color as well. So this is it. The border color is this. And this is better. And let's apply something, a border radius to this as well. So, okay. The reason that I wrote my code is that so you can see all these code is, they are duplicated in each other. So rather than writing my code like this, I want to modify my code. So, and this is the way that I modified it. So I say, I want all of these things to happen for all BTNs that are inside nav area. All the button tags that are inside nav area are going to have these specific features, but the nav BTN are going to have some changes. The border color for the nav BTNs is going to be primary, okay, and the background color is going to be things like this. But okay, for this one, we are going to I am going to break this border. This is border width, this is border style, and this is border color. So I'm going to say border style. Border style is going to be solid, okay? And I'm going to say border width is going to be 2 pixels. And remove that. So the border, I broke that property into 3 pieces. Now this is repeated for both of them, but the nav BTN only is going to have that. And now I'm going to clean all these things here. And for the nav BTN, when it's hovered and things like that. So okay, now without duplicating my code, I have what I wanted. So this is it, and this is the finished problem. And let's have a little bit of border radius for both of them. And the border radius is going to be a half a rem. Let's see how half a rem looks like. It may be too much. No, it's good. So this is finish thing that we have. And also for the finish, I'm going to use so rather than using Y, I'm going to use green. It's better. And since I'm not using this one here, let's see how var X looks like. Let's use the color for this one. So I'm not a good UI UX designer. So these things usually are determined with UI UX designer, and that's why developers are not good with these stuffs. Okay, no, this is something bad. So I'm going to continue with the same thing that we had. So I'm going to remove this thing here and also remove that thing here. We no longer need that. This is the palette that I'm going to use. These are the colors that I used in my project. But for the finished BTN, I'm going to increase the width a little bit. So I'm going to say the min width of this is going to be 200 pixels. So if we come back here, hit refresh, you can see this is how 200 pixel looks like. So I'm going to make that finish thing a little bigger. So that's why I had that. Finish. Okay, this is it. So now we have a finish button here. And sure enough, the finish button does not have any hover effect. We can add a hover effect for that as well, because you can see it has hover effect, it has hover effect, but this one does not have a hover effect. So let's make a hover effect for this one. So these decisions, you can see these decisions that what should happen for hover, what color should we use, how much border radius should we use. These decisions usually are made with UI UX designer, not the developer itself. So that's why I'm not good at this thing. I'm not very good at this, I admit. So for the hover thing, I can only go ahead and say, I don't know, I can increase it. I don't want to change the color. So let's just make it a little bigger. So I can say transform, scale, and the scale is going to be 1.125. So come back here, hit refresh, you can see it is getting a little bigger. So now I want to do something. When user clicks on this finish, all these things must be disappeared, and another div called result I want to. So come back here. So this is a section called main area, and this is a section called nav area that we had. And also I need to hide these two sections, and I'm going to make another section visible. So I can create a section with an ID of results, okay, and in here we must display the result. So at the start, we must not see the result page here. We must not see this result here at the start. So that's why at the start, I'm going to assign a class to this, and I call it result area, for example. And the result area is going to have a display of none by default. Result area, display none. So the reason is, so now there's something that I need to mention to better. So in your CSS, create the different sections. For example, we can with comments. Here we can say, you now see what do I want to do. So you can create something with comments, okay? And here we can say this is our, let's use this is our general codes. These are general codes, and we can say that this is a plus sign, and let's copy this thing here, okay, and copy this thing here, and this is better. So now this is our general codes for the root, for the body, and this is the codes related to our main area, okay, and this is the codes related to the nav area. So this is the code related to yes, nav area. And also now after the nav area, this is the result area. So that's why I'm using. So this is much better, and we are making different sections in our CSS codes. So now in future we can debug our code more easily, and it's just better to separate them in different sections. So now, so by default, the result area, the display of the result area is none, and it's not visible. But when user clicks on finish, we need to first add a event register for that. So I'm going to select that finish btn. So okay, rather than using prev btn, I'm going to say finish btn. As you can see, we assigned an ID to this, and the ID was finish btn. As you can see, the ID was finish btn. So when user is clicking on that finish btn, we are going to add a event listener for that, and the event is again click, and the click event is actually most used, but there are other events if you want to know. So when the user is finished, we are going to call a function, and that function is finalize quiz. So I'm going to create a new function, and that function called finalize quiz. So let's create that function finalize quiz, and this is what happens when finalize quiz is going to be happening. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to hide these two areas. Okay, so I'm going to say const main area equals to document dot query selector. Okay, use query selector and say main area. And what does this return? It returns, by now you should know for sure, this returns a DOM element because we are using query selector, not query selector all. And also, this is our nav area. And also we can go ahead and select the nav area. And this is going to be nav area. And for both of them, we are going to set the display of them to, so we can say dot style dot display. So we can set the, sorry, this is not a style, I don't know what happened. We can say the main area, go to a style. So all the CSS properties are in a style property, and a style has a display, and we can set that display to none, and also set the display of the nav area to none. And also, well, the display of the result area by default is none, and we are going to change it back to, for example, block or flex or things like that. We need to see what we are going to change that to. So we are going to select the result area, or we can select that with ID if we want to. It's up to us. And say const. We can say result area. It's up to us. We can go ahead and use ID for that, or we can use class. Since I'm using class for all of them, let's use class for this one as well. So it's going to be document.query selector, and rather than this, we are going to use, use result area. Okay, dot result area. So now result area is going to have a display of block rather than none. So it hides these two stuff and runs that this. So come back here, hit refresh. As you can see, when we click on finish, there's something might be wrong. Let's see what is wrong. It says finish btn add event listing is not defined. So maybe I have a typo in my code. Yes, finish btn, we forgot to add a dot. Finish btn dot add event listener. So we have a something there. So when we click on finish, you can see that still have a problem, and we can see what the problem is. It says setting display of undefined. So the problem is here. It says main area dot nav dot display equals to none. So this is the problem that we have. So come back here. So for the main area, it's nav area for sure. So I'm saying main area dot nav area dot display. So of course this is wrong. We should say nav area dot style then dot display. So we have that wrong as well. So I know what the problem is. And my numlock is not okay. And when I say dot, that's what happens. Style dot. So this is the problem that I have. My numlock was off. Okay, the main area dot is going to be hide, and the result area dot, again, style dot display is going to be block. So come back here, hit refresh, and when you finalize, now everything is good. And so now the only thing that we need to do is to calculate the IQ and design this page, this section that we have here. So here inside this section, I am going to create something. So for example, for start, I'm going to have a h1 we say your quiz is finished. Okay, and now we are going to have a div here, and inside this div we are going to have, for example, a p tag, and here we say inside the p tag we say you answered. Let's use span tag rather than b tag, and we see why. You answered, for example, a b tag, for example, n, we can say 12, 13. You answered, for example, 12 questions correctly. And here also we can copy this one and say you answered n questions wrong, and here we can say you left n questions blank. Okay, so if we come back here, hit refresh, we can see this is the prompt. Your quiz is finished, and you answered these and answered these and things like that. So now we are going to use style to CSS to style them a little better and make that better. So I am going to give it a class and call it stats. Call it result stats, things like that. Okay, and the result stats is going to have a display of flex. So give it to that, a display of flex. Okay, and every p tag that is inside this result stats are going to have a width of 33%. So I can come here and say every p that is inside that is going to have a width of 33%. And also the text outline is going to be at center. And for now, let's see how it looks like. So come back here, finish. As you can see, your quiz is finished and you answered N and answered N. So I'm going to apply that text outline center to the result area, so it be inherited by everyone, so everyone has that text outline center. So now this your quiz finished, it will also go to the center as well. So you can see now your quiz is finished. You answered N questions and N questions. And now I'm going to increase the font size for here. For example, set the font size to 2 rem. And what happens is, if I come back here, hit refresh and finish, you can see font size increased for all of them accordingly. If we have used pixels, so that's why I'm using rem. If we had used pixel, then it was different. So I think this is a little better. Your quiz is finished. You answered N questions correctly and wrong, and you left something blank. So I'm going to use different colors for each one of these p tags. So I'm going to say for the first one, nth child 1. For the first p tag, the color must be, for example, let's use dark green or things like that. Let's use dark green, for example. For the second child, we are going to use red, and for the third one, we are going to use, for example, a blue color like cyan. So come back here, hit refresh. You answered N question correctly, and 2 and 3, sorry, this is 2 and this is 3. So change that, finish, you answer N, but this blue is very unreadable. So let's change that cyan to something else. Let's say blue. Okay, hit refresh, you can see finish. So I'm not going to work too much on the style because I'm going to concentrate on the JavaScript session, but here you can actually use CSS in order to make it more pretty and make it better. So the only thing we need to, and at the end we need to display his final IQ, and we can say here come another div here, div dot final IQ. Sorry, IQ. And the final IQ we are going to say, for example, span your final IQ is, for example, here we can use a b tag, and that is going to be, for example, IQ and the number. We are going to update these values for sure. So if we hit finish, your IQ is something like that. So there are some things here. So I'm going to apply an ID to each one of these two so that I can select them with JavaScript later on. So I'm going to add a ID to it, and I say result corrects. Okay, the ID is result corrects, and the ID is going to be result wrongs, and here is going to be ID and result blanks, those who left empty, and I'm going to assign an ID to this one, and it's going to be result IQ. So I'm going to clean everything inside them, and I'm going to use JavaScript in order to write something inside those tags, so after user finishes the exam. So let's get back to our JS file. After we change the display of these elements, so the first section is hide and show necessary areas. Unnecessary show areas. Okay, this is it. And the second part that we need to do is calculate correct answers. Let's see how many answers user did answer correctly. You can see we have an object here. I can cut this here and paste it here. Okay, and we have that. Okay, and with the help of these correct answers that we have, we can actually calculate the user's IQ. But there's something about security and user finding the answers. There's something that I'm going to talk about at the end of this video for sure, because there's something wrong with this. I'm going to, but for now, we have access to the correct answers and we know what correct answers are. And also we have a answer of the users, which answers that user typed correctly. So I am going to create some variables. So so far we were using const everywhere, but for now, for this one, I'm going to use variable. Variable, I'm going to say correct equals to 0, okay, and var wrongs equals to 0, and I'm going to say for now, say calculate correct wrong and blank answers. So, and blanks equals to 0. So for now, I'm going to loop through all the answers that user provided and see which one is correct. For example, you see that we had something called window.all answers, and the window all answers were something that we stored all the answers of the users. And if we say window.all answers 1, it gives us the answer that a user provided for the question number 1. If I say 2, if I say 3, if I say 4, and things like that. So I'm going to create a for loop, okay, for loop, and for loop is going to be from var I equals to 0, from 0 to 35, okay, or from 1 itself, to the 35 itself, because now, as you can see, it's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 35. So that's the for loop that I'm going to create from the 1 itself to the 35 itself, and I plus plus. So I'm going to create and 35 times it will be executed, and we will check that for every time. So I can say here, say const user answer. So we need to have the answer of the user. So the answer of the user is stored at window.all answers, okay, all answers and I. So now we have access to the user's answer. Okay, if user has answered something in that, then that's available. But if that was not available, we are going to use null for that. Null means lack of value. It means there is no value for that. Or we can just clean that for now and see what happens if there is no answer for that. So const user answer is going to be window.all answers I, and const correct answer equals to correct answers I. So now we have access to the correct answers and things like that. For now, let's console.log I and user answer and correct answer every time. Okay, let's console.log every time that. So let's come back here, hit refresh, hit F12, and let's answer some questions. And let's go next, some answer, and some of them leave blank and things like that. And let's hit on finish. As you can see here, we have that. It says for the question number 1, let's come back here. The user answer was A and the correct answer was A. For the question number 2, the user answer was C, correct answer, correct user answer, correct answer, user answer, correct answer. User answer is now undefined because he left that blank. Okay, and if we put that inside an if statement, it's going to be. So now that we have access to that, I am going to say if we had an answer, It means if user answers something. If user answers something is definitely going to be something other than undefined and will be interpreted as true. So if we had user answer, if a user answers something, then we are going to do something else. If user hasn't answered anything, we are going to increase the amount of the blanks. Blanks plus plus, it means increase the amount of the blank by 1 unit. This blank plus plus is the same as, for example, blanks plus equals to 1, and this blanks equals to 1 is exactly same as blanks equals to blanks plus 1. So these 3 lines of code, they do exactly the same thing. So blanks equals to blanks plus 1. So blanks was previously 0, but now it says blanks equals to 1. So these 3 lines of code are exactly the same. So if user answers something, we need to check if it's true, but if user hasn't answered something, the blanks is going to be incremented. So now, if user has answered something, there are 2 ways. If the user answer equals to correct answer, so notice the difference. This is 2 equal signs, but this is 1 equal sign. The 1 equal sign assigns a value to something, but 2 equal signs check if they are correct, if they are equal to each other. For example, if we say 5 equals 5, it says true. 5 is actually equal to 5, yes. So this is another operator. It's different. So if user answer was equal to correct answer, then we need to increment the amount of the corrects plus plus. Otherwise, we need to increment the amount of wrongs. So the answer is wrong. Okay. So now that we have the access to the user answer, correct answers, and things like that, we need to update the DOM with that. Update DOM with correct, wrongs, and blank values. So we had some placeholder for each one of these things: results corrects, results wrongs, and result blanks. So I can go ahead and say document dot get element by ID, and the ID that I'm going to use is actually result corrects, and I can cache that inside the variable and change that, or I can say itself inner.html equals to, for example, whatever that I want. If I write anything, then this piece of text is going to be placed inside this b tag. So I'm going to update the text inside this b tag. I can write this way, or I can write this way. For example, put that inside a variable. For example, var something. For example, for example, x equals to this one, and say x dot inner HTML equals to this thing. So these 2 lines of they do exactly the same thing. If you update this property, this happens. So I'm going to continue with this one because this one is what I want. But I don't want to update this to this value. I'm going to actually update it to corrects. The value of the corrects, whatever it was. So we are going to have the same thing for the wrongs, result wrongs, and we are going to have the same thing for the blanks. Okay, this is it. Now we can come back here, hit refresh. We can say that something. So let's for the first one, we know for a fact it's A, and let's type something, and let's finish the exam. And it said you answered 4 questions correctly. You answered 11 questions wrong, and you left 20 blank. So, and you're fine. And now the only thing that we need to calculate is the final IQ. There's a formula for that, and I'm going to paste that formula and explain that. Calculate IQ and update DOM. Okay, so there's a formula. I have that inside I copied that. I can remember I copied it somewhere, so I can look for it and hopefully find that. But no, it was so long time ago that it has forgotten about it. So I had that somewhere. Let's copy that. So okay, I paused the video for a moment and went find that formula, and now I have that formula. So the formula is 85 plus, I'm going to say what is math.round. This is the formula, and the 35 is the amount of questions. So it means if you answer all the questions wrong, if you answer all of them wrong, your IQ will be calculated as 85, because the minimum amount that this test can calculate is from 85 to something. So if we answer all the questions correct, what happens then? So as you can see, this is the formula. Let's say the user has answered all the 35 questions correctly. So 35 times 60 equals to 201. And now divide that by 35. And this math.round, it rounds the number to the closest numbers, this math.round. So it could be 60, and 60 plus 85 is going to be 145. So if it answers all of them correct, so this IQ test from 85 to 145. So we can go that and write that. Here we can have that in a small tag and say this IQ test can measure, I'm not sure if I have written measure correctly, let's make sure. Inside our, let's type measure here and make sure if we have, yeah, this IQ measures, this IQ can measure from 85 to 145. Okay, so we can write that down. And then after that, so we have the amount of corrects, and math.round just rounds. For example, if the IQ is calculated as, for example, 120.3, it will be considered as 120. It just rounds the numbers. So I'm going to save that inside a const IQ equals to this one, and then I'm going to select that element. The element had an ID. The ID of that element was result IQ. So result.iq equals to IQ. So this is it, the IQ, we have that, and update that value for that. So now everything is good to go. The first one, and we answer some and finish, and it says you answered 2 questions correct, 4, and the IQ is 88. And we are going to put that inside a new line. So in order to put that inside a new line, we can actually give it a display, sorry, not size, I wanted to write display. We can give it a display of block, and if you set the display to block, you can see it comes to the next line. So your IQ is 88, and we can change the color if we want to, but I think it's enough. So I'm going to give it a class. I can go ahead and select that with ID in my CSS, but it's better to use classes in CSS and ID in JavaScript. So class is going to be result IQ, the same thing that we used here, and say that the result IQ is going to be result IQ, which is inside results area, is going to have a display of block, and we are going to increase the font size to 3 rem and change the color to var primary thing that we had. So come back here, hit refresh, and things like that, finish, and 87. So, and of course, if you finish that and don't answer anything, there's something goes wrong here. You can see, okay, this is something that we need to fix. If we press on finish and nothing happens, it says we undefined one and we face some errors. The reason that we face some error is that you can see we have a correct answers and we have an all answers I. So in this case, we cannot find any user answer, and this all because window.allanswers is not available yet. So window all answers.I means nothing. So I can create a new const here and say const all answers equals to, if we had window all answer, let's use that. Otherwise, let's use an empty object. So now we can use all answers I and correct answers I. So now this fixes the problem. If we had something, go ahead and, but otherwise just use an empty object if it was not available. So in this case, if we click on finish, we no longer see an error, and it says you answered 0, 0, and left 35 blank, your IQ is 85, or we can put this condition that go ahead and change that. And also we can create a button here to create a new exam. For example, if a user clicks on it and we need to refresh the page, reload the page, and the exam will be continue. So we can create another button here and say, and div class retry. Sorry, retry. Okay, inside this retry we are going to have a button, and the button is going to have click on retry, and I don't want to work on its CSS a lot, so I'm just going to give it a type of button, and if you want you can use CSS in order to make that pretty, but the bottom type is, and I'm going to assign an ID to it and say retry btn. And same thing, retry btn, we are going to add an event register for that retry btn that we had. So we can come back here and say retry btn, the same thing that we had for this one. So just rather than next, we are going to use retry, but not btn. And here, let's copy that and put this here. And we are going to say retry or try again function. So we just now create a new function, and that's called try again function retry again. And how can we refresh the page via Java? If you refresh the page, everything will be refreshed and the user can retry again. So we can say window dot location dot reload. I think it was it. I'm not sure. Let's test this out. Finish, retry, and now, oh yeah, this was this window dot location dot reload. Things that if you want to change that, for example, if you say window dot location, okay, location equals to something, for example, google.com, it redirects user to google.com, https google.com. Let's see if it works. So hit refresh and we finish. When we click on retry, we should be redirected to google.com, and yes, sure enough, we will be redirected to google.com. So this is the way that we can redirect user, or we can use the reload method on location object and change that. So this is it. Window.location.reload does the trick for us, and everything is good to go. So this comes from the window property. So we saw some of the window, we saw document, we saw console, and things like that. So everything is good to go. Great. I'm going to finish this video, but before finishing this video, there's something that I need to say. If we can actually add something else here, for example, a navigation menu, for example, from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 35, that user can actually, for example, we are on question number 1 right now, right? And user has no idea how much progress he has. Or for example, we can say a progress bar here, show every question that user answers. For example, a progress bar goes a little big again, and we can have a menu. For example, user is now on question number, for example, 7. On the menu, he can click on question number 28. He can navigate to question number 10 and come back to that question. So having a navigation menu is actually necessary, and a progress bar could be better. But since this video is getting too long and things like that, I'm going to leave that for a second video. If you guys are interested in this, we can actually put a comment below on this video, and if I see more people are requesting for that, I create a part 2 for this video, and in that part 2 I'm going to create a navigation menu for here, for at the left side, that user can go to question number 1 or question number 2 or question number 3, or we can actually create in this finished section that user has, make it more pretty and make it nicer a little. So that's enough for this. And another thing that I need to mention is that, well, we have a problem here. If for anything user if let's say this is the user that using Google Chrome, if user hit Control U and go to source code that we have and take a look at the script.js, user can see all the correct answers here, and this is a problem here. The way that we can fix this is to use backend, and this is one of the reasons that backend is there for us, is to one way to hide some essential data that we don't want user to see. We can calculate the user's IQ from the backend, and the backend only returns this values of corrects, wrongs, blacks, and IQ. It returns all these four values through an API, and this is the correct way to do that. But since we do not have access to backend, so this is all we can do, and this is what we need to continue with. And sure enough, yes, user can see that because user has access to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript codes of any website in the world, whether if it's Google, if it's Amazon, if it's any website in the world, we can have access to the HTML, CSS, and JS codes of that website. So that's why backend is invented, and that's one of the reasons that backend is invented, and we use backend to in these circumstances. So this is it. That's enough for this video. I hope that I increased your JavaScript knowledge and you know much more. So this is it. That's enough. Hope to see you in my other videos.